Good morning to you and welcome to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. It is the last game of the USA Tour of Trinidad. USA under-19s have won the toss and decided to bat first, and here they are, the two opening batters for the USA, Suri and Kappa out there, and Justin Manick, the opening the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago under-23s, and Manick off his first delivery getting a nice rising delivery to test out the USA batters. And another one rising well. This is the best of the bouncers we've seen so far early up. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Kadir Mohammed, and Kadir, already some good signs here for the bowlers. If you're a bowler, this is what you want to see. Some nice bounce here, not a huge and lively pitch, but it's good to see this bounce getting up to the chest of the batsman.
Very good morning, Vidya. Good morning again, viewers. Yeah, pretty decent start from Justin Manick. Back of a length, a bit of shape away from the left-handed Suri. Two slips waiting there and a gully.
And just another one just keeping a bit low. So a couple of them rising above the chest, maybe the height of the number 3 on the back of Suri. And that one just maybe about stump high for the most. So this is the last game of the tour. It's a tour that has been blighted in a long way by the elements. In fact, the last game on Monday was completely not completely washed out. There was some play. However, there was no... what had happened was the USA batted first and lost 5 wickets before play was completely lost here. So, and what about the weather? How's your knee feeling today?
Pretty good. Weather just a bit overcast at this point. Very good if you're a bowler and you're the T&T U23s. You want to make use of this overhead cloud cover. Overhead. So far, Manick has done well. Slight movement away from Suri. As I mentioned, 2 slips, a gully, a third man. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. And a fine leg.
Getting an edge, and that one flew. Wouldn't have carried perhaps. And that's a nice sliding stop, but it's gone through his grasp and away for 4 runs. So Ratcher dirtying up the shirt early, trying to get that one. But that's the first runs of the morning, 4 without loss here. And that's a bit streaky by Suri, but he'll take it. USA after the start here, 4 without loss.
Yeah, directly in between the 3 fielders behind the bat. And getting a boundary there, Arya Mansouri. 4 without loss after 1 over. Ratcher just coming in to bowl his second over.
Adrian Ratcher out of Rio Claro in East Trinidad, Southeast Trinidad. There he is, number 28 on his back. Has played for the national under-17 team for the last 2 seasons and poised to go up at the under-19 level. A fast bowler that many see as having great promise, not only because of his obvious talent, and you might have seen some of it in previous broadcasts, but I understand he's very coachable, which is so important when you're at this formative age.
Yeah, disciplined young man is Adrian Ratcher. Always willing to learn, always asks questions, and that is so good. You know, his ability to want to do better. Well, I'd say the final opportunity for the 6 T&T players who are vying for places on the West Indies under-19 team that would be taking part in next year's under-19 World Cup in South Africa.
Yeah, last of in this trial run here for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team, we estimated at least about 6 or 7 of these players still have a shot at making it to the West Indies on the 19 team for that tournament, as you mentioned. One of them definitely will be Ratcher. Well, just hammers that short of a length here, just trying to see what the pitch has to offer. And unlike what he saw from Justin Manick's side, that one barely got up above stump height. But when this tournament started a couple of weeks ago here, Kadir, Adrian Ratcher would have seen maybe as an outside shot to get into this team, because the tournament was being played in South Africa. A few of the parents here to watch the game. but it was in Sri Lanka. But now that it's been shifted to South Africa, the Pacers will be salivating at the prospect.
Yeah, definitely so. Adrian Ratcher, as you mentioned, an outside shot. I think he's done himself no harm. He's done well at the under 17 level. He's dominated that. And here he is with a chance to go to South Africa. Who knows what a good performance could do in enhancing that chance to make it to the West Indies under 19 team.
Another run off the bat here, this time from Kappa, who is off the mark of his third delivery. 5 without loss, the USA, as the sun a few degrees going up here as it emerges from behind a cloud. And there are many clouds for the sun to hide behind today. And immediately as it comes out, another one gets over and blocks it off. And the problem is for the fast bowlers, they've been handed this late lifeline in a sense here. Not just the T&T fast bowlers, but young fast bowlers all over the Caribbean now suddenly have this lifeline. A lot of them here. The problem is it's not the conditions that will mimic what will happen in South Africa. It's more like what you would have seen in Sri Lanka.
100%. Fast bowlers, though, that are on show and vying for spots, I think they'd be raring to go. They'd be raring that opportunity to go to South Africa, where surfaces tend to help their nature. So that would be something I'm sure all of these young guys would be looking forward to.
Brilliant delivery by Ratcher there, just touching down outside the off stump, but perhaps just straightening a little bit. And the opener, Surya, unable to get a touch onto that. And so it's very important for the selectors as they're looking on at what the young fast bowlers are doing here. It may not be all about the figures, but how the bowlers are approaching their task, if they're getting it into the right areas, their tactical discipline, and all other considerations here in what goes into making a fast bowler a successful one in the South Africa arena.
Yeah. Good start from these two, Arya Mansouri, Siddharth Kappa. And of course, this USA under 19 team, they'd be traveling to the World Cup as well. So I'm sure they would really, really fancy their chances on this tour, to actually play some cricket leading up to that World Cup.
Yeah, and of course, this USA team, as you mentioned, going to their second World Cup, first since 2010, as the over has come to an end here. And as you would have probably detected, one of the umpires is in fact David Williams, the former test player for Trinidad, the former test player for West Indies, and of course the Trinidad and Tobago wicketkeeper. He's at the non-strikers end. At the strikers end is, I believe, the USA manager. In case you're not recognizing the umpires, that's who they are. They're filling in here for today. USA 5 without loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, 2 familiar figures at each end in this particular game. David Williams at square leg. So a good opportunity for him to get up and close and see what these boys are up to in the field. I'm sure a couple of words are going to pass there.
Well, he's usually behind the stumps.
Yeah.
Here he is at the side of the stumps now. Not an unfamiliar position here for David. One of the great servants of Trinidad and Tobago cricket. And, of course, West Indies cricket played ODI and Test matches for the West Indies. Part of that team in that brilliant 1992 match between West Indies and South Africa at Bridgetown that took place in eerie silence at Kensington Oval. Manik just aiming for that area just outside of the off stump and just short of a good length here. Just testing out that central part, just that area just to see what there is to offer at the moment. I think he will be fairly well encouraged by what he saw in the last over though.
Yeah. Again, 2 deep fielders out on the leg side. Deep backward square and fine leg.
That's more like it. That's the height he was hoping for. Not getting the batter to play here, Kappa. These two also opened for the USA in the last game, Suri and Kappa. Suri went early, run out for 7, a big misunderstanding between himself and Suri. I'm sure they've talked it over. They've had a chance to work that out. Suri playing a very good innings of 34, top scorer for the USA in that match. Aripali also got 20. USA just falling short by 61 runs via the Duckworth-Lewis method. Edged and, well, the second slip got a hand to it, but not enough to keep it from getting over the ropes there. 4 runs again. Second edge that has gone past for 4. And that is good bowling by Manik. No rewards for it, though.
Yeah, landing just short of Mahabir Singh at that second slip position and running down all the way for 4. So a couple of boundaries that has come in that direction from this end. Suri previously and now Kappa. Both batters getting boundaries to start with. 10 without loss. Still 2 slips and a gully.
Ball has been following around Mahabir Singh in this tournament. A couple of drop chances and some good fielding from him also. Yeah, which Manik really working up some pace now here. It's only his 9th delivery. But you look at these two fast bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago and you see the openings of perhaps a significant opening partnership in the future, with Manik already making his first-class debut, Ratcher attracting a lot of attention, maybe about 3 years difference in between the two. But these two, they could be a force to be reckoned with in the future for T&T and maybe even West Indies. Only one fast bowler of East Indian origin has made it to the West Indies team. That's, of course, Ravi Rampal from Presal, not too far from the west of this ground here. So he's always provided that bit of inspiration to young men like Manik and Ratcher to emulate what he has achieved. Rampal, of course, World Cup winner with the West Indies in 2012.
Yeah, fantastic servant to West Indies cricket, Ravi Rampal. Yeah, and that's right. A lot of these young fast bowlers would look at what he's done and think that they could do the same. Hey, good delivery. Rising delivery from Manik. Capado played it well in the end.
Yeah, he just maybe just a half a foot or so outside of where it could have been. Maybe just half a foot or so to the left of where you're looking at right now. He could have had him in some problems there. But excellent delivery here for him. Yeah, and I think that Rampal would have loved that kind of delivery.
Yeah, good tester. Halfway down.
And aiming for the 1-2 punch here. Looking for the full one to sneak it under the bat. Well dealt with by Kappa, as he did with the bouncer. And there's your score. After 3 overs, 10 without loss. 2 boundaries, each coming off the bat from the bowling of Manik. And that's all we have to show you so far in terms of the highlights. USA 10 without loss. Boy, it is getting overcast at the moment. Right above, there's a huge cloud which is drifting away to the left of your picture. But away to the right, puffy white clouds and blue sky. So that should be better. If it's looking a bit ominous right now for you, I think it's going to improve. Or is it? Well, that cloud above us has released some precipitation, and that's why the players are coming off. 10 without loss, and that's going to be play for a little while here. 10 without loss after 3. A real shame. This was actually starting to look very, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, definitely. So, covers being called on. So, not good news here at the National Cricket Centre. What I could tell you, though, is that across to the eastern side, it's looking good. It's not looking too bad in that direction. Blue skies. And we hope that we would have play resuming very shortly.
Yeah, well, in fact, 1 or 2 of the spectators are wondering why they're off at the moment. But I think it's out of precaution more than anything else. And besides, my knee and yours are the better predictors of precipitation than anything out there. Kadir, 10 without loss after 3. Kappa on 5, Surrey on 4. Racha was just about to bowl his second over. So let's see what happens here. But before we go to the break here, Kadir, of course, with the World Cup coming up, any players have, I'm just going to put you on the spot here, sorry, but of the players who've caught your eye as possibly making it onto that West Indies team, do you see a squad shaping up on you here?
Difficult question, but to answer you, I think Adian Racha has done himself no harm. Andrew Rambaran would probably only be the other one from the T&T team that may have a chance.
There's a rain coming through, by the way.
Yeah. So basically, I think that the West Indies team, it's going to be more or less the same. Might have one or two surprises in there. But of course, Isaiah Thorne, he and Jordan Johnson, they would return to this West Indies under-19 team for that World Cup. Thorne doing his chances no harm on first-class debut, getting 8 wickets, 4 in the first innings and 4 for not much in the second innings.
I think it was. Yeah, it was tremendous stuff.
Yeah, and Jordan Johnson, he would have travelled to South Africa as a replacement in the A Series.
Yeah, not playing in the second match, but I'm sure he will get out in the third match.
Yeah, so...
But to add to your thoughts there, in terms of what we've seen here, of course, Stephen Pascal well with his place in the team as a batsman and captain, but you would feel that Pascal, Dawn, Andrew, and of course the other batsman in there, Dindial, would form the nucleus of that West Indies batting lineup. With great support by Nathan Seeley, you could see someone like Andrew Rambaran with his left arm spin and his very steady batting. His presence would be certainly interesting in that middle order. As for the fast bowlers, you mentioned Thorne, he's looked good. The fast bowlers haven't had much of a run out here in Trinidad and Tobago. Nathan Edward would certainly figure in there at some point, and Adian Racha perhaps a chance of getting it in there. Well, back at the moment, and there's the dismal and rather depressing figure of the rain, picture of the rains coming down, the covers being hauled on, and the rains coming slanting in from the right-hand side, diagonally across your screen if you're not seeing it well. And we might be in for a break of maybe an hour or so. So we will update you as soon as there is any further play. Kadir, thanks so much. We'll be back with more coverage of this USA Under-19, T&T Under-23 match in a short while. Welcome back to live coverage of this USA Under-19 tour match here in Trinidad. USA Under-19s versus Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s. The game had actually started 3 overs balled, USA 10 without loss, and then a rain interruption. So we've had an interruption for just about an hour or so. And now we're back in. The umpire's out with us here today, and Adrian Ratcher about to continue here. The USA Under-19 starting off with Suri, Aryaman Suri, and out there with him, Kappa. That's Siddharth Kappa. And they are the 2 batsmen out there. Kappa is at the striker's end at the moment. The left-hander Suri, he's at the non-striker's end. So 2 slips in place here for Ratcher, who's going to be bowling round the wicket. And there is a backward point, cover point, mid-off in place, mid-wicket, forward square leg. And the 2 fielders outside of the circle at the moment are at fine leg and deep third man. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Kadir Mohammed. And here is the first delivery after the break. And it is a no ball called by the umpire. That was also going to be called a wide, but Ratcher just getting it wrong here at the restart. Kadir Mohammed is beside me, and Kadir, lengthy break here, but great to have some cricket again.
Yeah, good morning again, viewers. Yeah, slight delay due to some rains, but it's good that we have play again. And Adrian Ratcher would get a chance with ball in hand for his second over. No success yet for the T&T Under-23s.
That's high up into the air. It's going to beat everyone, and that will go 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. That's 4 runs just in front of the ropes. And the fielder there, Nemuel Matthews, signals that's going to be a boundary. So a 4 to start off here, full. Correction, that's a wide outside the off stump and hit away well for 4.
Yeah, Arya Mansouri getting an opportunity to free the arms, and that he did. It was a free hit, so it was a safe shot, beating mid-off. And maybe a sign of things to come from this left-hander.
Sure, he'd like to get a couple more of those. Trots off for the single and then is sent back. And there is the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team. And the weather has certainly changed a lot. All of those dark and dreary looking clouds have disappeared now, just above what you're looking at the moment. And around us, blue sky and puffy white clouds welcoming us here at the National Cricket Centre for the resumption of this game. Here's Ratcher to continue. And Suri looking quite different today. Actually, the last day he was looking quite stodgy and defensive against the USA, against the West Indies Under-19 team, against the T&T Under-23s, looking more purposeful, more confident. And I guess that after scoring that 34 in the last game, that certainly gave him a lot of self-belief for this one. Well, that time just fishing outside the stump and not taken, but he certainly does look a little bit different today. Certainly a lot more positive.
Yeah, last sort of opportunity for these guys on this tour to Trinidad. Final game of the series. And I'm sure the US would go into camp before that World Cup. So good opportunity again for guys to do well, to sort of build their game.
Another great delivery here from Ratcher, just moving away and beating the batsman. 2 false shots in the over here from Suri, and Ratcher still yet to get some success. USA have left out Rishi Pandey, Atindra Subramanian, Amog Aripali and Manav Nayak. Subramaniam taking 5 wickets 2 games previously. Aripali also some good showing behind the stumps. Rishi Pandey has been there or thereabouts for the USA so far. USA with a squad of 18 players. All 14 remaining players are involved in the game. They can all bat and bowl 11 at a time. However, as the over comes to an end, 15 without loss. As for the T&T U23s, Mbeki Joseph is the one player missing. He is now fulfilling some previous commitments in Tobago, so he's the only missing man. All 14 other players are involved in the game today.
15 without loss after 4 overs. Justin Manick is going to continue from the northern end.
Yeah, after that opening burst of 2 overs where he certainly got a lot of bounce, you would have been thinking maybe 2 more overs, 3. But now, given that there's a 1 hour break in between, he could actually be bowling 4 overs here or 5 overs on the trot. So that will certainly change the way things have, or the captain will see the spells that he will give his opening bowlers here.
Yeah, based on what we've seen from the surface, there's a bit for the seamers. Bit of movement, slight cloud cover.
Nicely driven into the gap, and we'll get a couple of runs here at least. They look for the second run, they go for it, and that's good running in the end. The man who's wearing the shirt of Aripali was going to the danger end and got there pretty comfortably, Suri.
Yeah, good, nice looking shot from Kappa. Should give him some confidence. Well, the USA, they will not have the best time of it in terms of game time. The weather a bit stodgy in some of those games previously.
Yeah, certainly a lot of their games have been washed out. Well, that's a nice short delivery, just testing out the center of the pitch again. But well handled by the batsman, Kappa getting 1. Wasn't in full control of that cut shot, but kept it down and into the gap, down to wide third man for 1.
Both batters on 8. Kappa 8 from 11, Suri 8 from 16.
USA have just had the 1 completed game so far. The only other completed game in the series involved the under-23s and the West Indies under-19s. West Indies under-19s winning that game by 7 wickets. USA going down to the West Indies under-19, so they have come out the best out of this series. Well, that's down the leg side and a wide, predictably called by the umpire. So, brighter start from the USA than in any of the other games so far. And with the extra bounce, and maybe a bit more predictable bounce, we could be seeing something in the region of closer to 250 today, perhaps.
Yeah, hopefully we could see a big score. But both opening bowlers choosing to go around the wicket for the left-handers and over for the right-hander.
Oh, that is good. Very good from Manick, using the bounce and finally getting the line right here. That left Suri in a hurry, and the bounce also defeating the left-hander.
Yeah, again, a bit of shape again from Manick. It's going away from Ariaman Suri. Natural angle for him, of course, from around the wicket, so he's pushing it in, and that bit of movement just shipping it away. Good signs for young Manick.
Off the edge again, and that's going to fly away in front of square, and this could go to the boundary here. The field is after it, and he's fighting a losing battle. Amrit Das is just running along to retrieve. Boundary here for Suri, and another attacking shot from him. And he is trying to take apart this Trinidad and Tobago under-23 attack. So once there's width out there, he's going to go after it, and that's the result.
Yeah, not that wide. Just throwing his hands out there and getting a good piece of it, getting it over the backward point fielder. Safe in the end and running away for 4. So a couple of boundaries for Suri to start with.
Full toss this time. Didn't quite get all of that. It'll still go close to the boundary here. Couple of runs for Ariaman Suri, and he has started off very well. Best start for him in the tournament so far, and just his whole being at the moment. He's walking more positively, walking faster, he's running faster, looking more purposeful. Yeah, he's feeling it today.
Yeah, as I mentioned, final game of the tour. So, players want to do well. Sure, a lot of competition in and amongst the squads.
Oh, down the leg side, and Manik looking a little bit frustrated as he gets back. Second wide of the over. Yeah, the USA have come with 18 players, leaving out 4 players, as we mentioned earlier, for this match. And the rest of them battling it out here for a chance to be named in that USA 15-player squad for the World Cup in South Africa coming up. We'll get the single. Oh, it could be trouble here. He hits the stumps. Oh, he doesn't. And the keeper couldn't collect. And Suri survives. There was a run-out between these two in the last game they played on Sunday, I believe it is. Saturday, in fact. And almost a run-out here. That time, the man who was run out was Kappa. Kappa is rooted to the spot this time. 27 without loss after 5.
Yeah, touch and go stuff from both batters. Avinash Mahabir Singh with a shy and a miss. That could have been curtains for Kappa. All's well that ends well.
Well, Kappa, in the last game, he had actually set off for a run. Suri did not move at all, and Kappa eventually got run out. This time around, Suri was interested in the run. Kappa did not step a foot outside of his crease. He was not going to be run out this time round. 27 without loss. 5.4 and over, as you can see there. None of the teams have managed anything in the region of over 5 runs and over in a completed innings so far in this tournament. The best score, I believe, was the West Indies under-19 team. They got up to 224 for 9 in their 47 overs. So that's the closest we've gotten to it. Another wide ball. Since we've come back, there have been quite a few wide balls and no balls in this match. So not the ideal start here for the under-23s.
Yeah, maybe the break just doing under-23s. Getting a bit relaxed during that rain delay. Got to get it right. Racha. Wide delivery to start with. A couple of wides from Manik previously. So one slip under gully. Third man, backward point. Can't get a run there. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and a fine leg. 2 deep fielders at third man, and fine leg.
Well, Racha has been a little bit all over the shop in this return. First one was a no ball, also could have been called a wide, another wide in this one. So he will, of course, have higher standards in mind. It's a bit of width on offer here for Suri, and he has shown the propensity to go after these, try to make use of that width. A couple of boundaries and a couple of false shots in there. Some news coming out of South Africa, actually. The West Indies A team have been bowled out for 154. South Africa got to 298. West Indies bowled out for 154. And that is a big lead for South Africa. 143 runs on first innings in that match. And South Africa at the moment 26 for 1 in that game. So West Indies A under some pressure there.
Yeah, that's a huge lead from the South Africans. Of course, they're behind in this series. So they'd be looking to certainly put a foot right and try to go on to get a victory in this game. The West Indies A with some fighting to do. Kevin Sinclair and company.
Better delivery from Racha. Just forcing the batsman to play this time. So better from Racha, and I'm sure we'll see at least 4 overs from each of these bowlers in the spell. And remember the Trinidad and Tobago team, they do have Avinash Mahabir Singh to bowl. Both Alis, Samir and Nicholas, still there. Lamel Matthews also involved in this one. There's Andrew Rambaran with his very steady left arm orthodox. Jason Agard. So a lot of options here for the captain. solidly behind that again, Surrey. And he is looking good here today. He's feeling it, 15 of 25. And they will certainly need the USA a good start here from these two if they are to set up a score to threaten this Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 side.
Good start after the wide delivery from Racha. 5-dot deliveries. Been all wicket to wicket. See what he comes up with here for this final delivery of this over.
And a maiden over here from Racha outside of that wide delivery. And the USA 28 without loss after 6 overs.
.28 without loss after 6 overs. Justin Manick to continue. 3 overs, none for 21. Bit on the expensive side this morning. A couple of good deliveries, a couple of wayward ones as well. 2 slips. Back in there, 2 slips. Third man, backward point cover, mid off, mid on. Square leg and a fine leg. Manick from the northern end. Conditions look a lot better here. Bright and sunny now. Dark clouds have completely disappeared. Can down the leg side. Struggling a bit here, Justin Manick, with his radar. 2 wide deliveries in his previous over. Starts with another wide one. He's choosing to come back over the wicket now for the left-hander. Just got to redo his line here. Left-hander is Surrey.
More width on offer here from Manick. Just the one this time. Nicely fielded in that point position. Trinidad and Tobago captained today by Tariq Mohammed. Tariq Mohammed is captaining the side today, and Becky Joseph across in Tobago for some previous commitments, so he certainly will be missed here. Had a good time in the previous games that were played. This series has been affected a lot by the elements here in central Trinidad. Ooh, he played at that one. Was there a touch there? Well, the bowler was interested. The slip cordon still appealing. And there may have been a touch. It could have been bat hitting the ground. Well, the slip cordon and the keeper not looking convinced by that decision at the moment. but definitely they heard a noise. Turned down by the umpire. So, Ariman Suri, 15 of 20 so far. That could have been very, very dangerous for him here. Good delivery by Manik. Again, very full length, appealing for the LBW decision. Turned down by the umpire. Manik, after a couple of wide deliveries, now changing his tack here. Two very full deliveries on offer. Neither of them really convincingly dealt with here by Suri. Sun returns in all its glory here at the National Cricket Centre, and blue sky overhead. That's good news here. We could have a long stretch of uninterrupted cricket in this game. The last one of the series. West Indies under 19s, their part is over. T&T under 23s and USA under 19. Yeah, I thought about playing at that one. Good teasing line here by Justin Manik. And it has come to an end here. So the over coming to an end. And just to remind you, there's also the West Indies A involved with their series against South Africa A. There was also a pretty good match for the West Indies Academy team. That's the third of the West Indies feeder teams to that senior team. They were also in action earlier this week. And a great spell by Isaac Thorne, leading the West Indies Academy to an innings and 134-run victory over emerging Ireland. That was on Monday. The 19-year-old pacer, 4 for 8 from 6 overs. He had 4 for 33 in the first innings, 8 wickets in his first-class debut. What an easy game this first-class cricket is. First game, 8 wickets. Excellent start from him, and certainly well-deserved. He has been moving up the ranks, and a lot is thought about that youngster. Left-arm spinner Joshua Bishop, 2 for 5 from 4.4 overs in that game. Easy single, nicely played. Just dropped it into the gap and ran. Bishop also got the player of the match in that game against emerging Ireland. He hit 102 not out on Sunday. What a game Joshua Bishop had. Some very good performances from the West Indies Academy team. And here we have the West Indies under-19 team. Well, they were involved in this match. Several of their games washed out. Their one completed game, as I mentioned, was against the T&T under-23 team, with the West Indies under-19s winning by 7 wickets quite comprehensively. 57 from the impressive Joshua Dawn. Stephen Pascal, captain, getting 46 not out. Ratcher holding his head after that delivery. Thought he had gotten past the defense, just took an edge and squirted behind square for a single. And there we are, 32 without loss inside the 8th over here. And Kadir wearing his wonderful red t-shirt here today. Not sure, is that a Manchester United t-shirt or is it in support of your home nation?
Yeah, totally local.
Thought about the single there. So it's a theme between these two, Suri and Kappa. Both of them have had a couple of problems with their running. A run out in the last game, big mix-up in the last 2 overs between these two. And when you're not used to batting together, that does tend to happen.
Yeah, communication could lack if you haven't batted for extended periods. But the US, they've used quite a couple different opening combinations throughout the series.
Beautiful shot for 4. Just leaned into that one. Wonderful off drive for 4 runs. Brilliantly played there by Kappa. We haven't seen the best of him in this tournament, but that is a wonderful shot. Give him a huge amount of confidence.
Yeah, that was crisp from Siddharth Kappa on the offside. Pleasant looking drive all the way for 4. Ratcher with a fuller delivery this time and well put away. Siddharth Kappa, 14 from 21. Highest partnership so far for the US in this particular series. Up to 36 now.
Yeah, it's a solid start here from the USA, and they've had a few problems, run out chance, and one or two airy-fairy shots, but aside from that, very good between Kappa and Surrey. More runs here for Kappa, this time down the leg side. Ratcha's not found his A game here at the moment. He certainly will try. He continues to give his best here. Not the same height as Manik. Manik has been getting a fair amount of bounce from the northern end, but not so with Ratcha.
Yeah, Ratcha, slightly different actions, both pacers. Ratcha a bit more slingy as compared to Manik. So Ratcha would get that kiss off of the surface. Skiddy type. Tell you what, with his extra pace, if he could develop a slow delivery video, that could be a real lethal weapon. This is a good cut shot behind point. Not going to get, in fact, good work from Samir Ali. Saved a definite run for his team. Good commitment shown. 3 runs taken between Kappa and Suri. So a good shot to finish the over 3 coming from the final delivery at the end of 8:40 without loss.
40 without loss, the USA, and some refreshment for the two batsmen. Very, very hot in there. Several of these batsmen from areas that have some temperatures that we won't even dream about in the Caribbean. So it's a bit of an adjustment. And for the 2 weeks they've been here, boy, have they been wonderful tourists, the young American players. They've been enjoying their time off the field playing some soccer. And they have this yellow soccer ball that they use to warm up. It's part of their warm-up, part of their entertainment off the field. The other big sport here in Trinidad and Tobago outside of track and field.
Yeah, they've certainly had a good time in this heat. Sometimes rain, but they've had a wonderful time. Every time there's a break, you can see all of the guys on the field. They're having fun out there with that volleyball played with your feet and football. Lots of fun stuff from the US. And I'm sure on their days off as well, they would be doing some touring of the island.
Yeah, well, the temperatures in the USA don't make very nice reading at the moment. In terms of degrees, in Miami it's 18 degrees. That's not too bad. That is still not a temperature we'll find here in the Caribbean, but Chicago, it's -1 degrees Celsius at the moment. Yes, Manik? Ooh, almost a mix-up there between those two again. Certainly it's something that they will want to work on, their communication. Places like Baltimore, 0 degrees. Houston, 13 degrees. And one of my favorite spots, Orlando, 13 degrees there.
Some pretty nice temperatures mixed in there with some pretty cool temperatures.
And a place that I know very well, Salt Lake City, -3 degrees. Wow. Yep. It's good to be in the Caribbean.
I take that as you prefer the heat over the cold.
Definitely. Flicked away nicely past the fielder. Not going to go to the ropes here. Will be at least 2 here for the U.S. And a couple of runs for the left-handed Suri, flicking that one away. And that side of the field, it's also longer, but the grass, if anything, is a bit more thicker on that side, so it's always difficult to get boundaries. You really have to time it perfectly for it to go for 4.
And of course, that'd be the longer side away to the eastern side would be the slightly bigger of the two sides.
Yeah, took a little bit of kilometers an hour off that one. Surrey wasn't lured into playing at that one. 2 slips in place waiting for an edge here. The other side of Manik's game. Just rolling the fingers over the top of that one. Scoring rate has hovered between 4.5 and 5 all the way through this one.
Yeah, no real chances for the T&T in the field. Barring that 1 run out opportunity, Mahabir Singh. Apart from that, nothing went to hand. No success yet for the Seamers from the Trinidad and Tobago under 23s. Maybe not too far away from some spin.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We will see the spin coming in at some point. Samir and Nicholas Ali, the unrelated Alis, they will come in at some point. And Mahabir Singh himself will want to bowl his off breaks. And there are some seam options here. I'm sure that Jason Agard would love to get a chance to bowl at these two. And don't forget, there's also Andrew Rambaran, who's very steady with his left arm orthodox spin. Full toss, and he could get a wicket off it. Mistimed shot and caught. Now the question, of course, is that over the waist height? I don't think it was. The umpires agree, and that is the end of Suri. Perhaps the worst delivery he's faced here today. A full toss which he could have just put away, and has skied it to cover and is out.
Yeah, full toss at an awkward height for Arya Mansouri. Just about the knee height. Just about there. And ballooning in up in the air, Amr Das with a safe catch. And so Manik is striking here for the T&T U23. Suri gone for 21, 42 for 1.
Yeah, and not the ball you would have been expecting him to get out of. He's hit a couple of shots with deliveries in that area over extra cover for 4. That one a full toss. Maybe just got a bit too excited, went for the big shot, and I guess there was a suggestion that the bat turned in his hands also, and he is out for 21. I think he'd be very, very disappointed with that. And I tell you what, he looked very, very confident out there, and just drowning in a full delivery.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that. Arya Mansouri battled away for 21, looked good in periods, but then just losing his wicket off not the best delivery, but I'm sure Justin Manik would take that. So too the T&T U23s. So they've finally broken the opening partnership in the 9th over with 42 on the board. Just confirmed the new batter, whether it is in fact Chetipalliam. So it is in fact Chetipalliam. So he's out at number 3, left-hander.
One of 3 left-handers in the side. The other one, Suri, he has replaced. The other lefty in the team is Arya Garg. So here he is. One left-hander replaces the other. Chetipalliam, what does he have to offer here today? And guides that away behind square. Good delivery to start off here from Manik. But while there is some bounce, it's not a pitch that you would compare in any way to Perth in Australia or any one of those quick pitches. And he just guided away for straight to the fielder. So Chetipalliam, and we saw him earlier in the series, Chetipalliam, and was looking to get some runs. So Chetipalliam, just the one delivery faced so far in the piece for him here, and a big chance for him to stake a claim in this USA team. And as we said, there could be spin, and it is going to be Mahabir Singh who will start off his off spin from the southern end here.
Yeah, Avinash Mahabir Singh into the attack. Off spinner from the southern end. 2 deep fielders, deep mid wicket, and a long on.
If there's going to be spin, well, we see that there's not a huge amount of pace in this particular pitch. So there is going to be spin, but it's going to be some slow turn for Mahabir Singh and some of the others. I'm sure we'll see Rambaran at some point in the piece here today. Oh, that's a good delivery was playing for too much turn. That one didn't turn quite as much, and into the gloves of Ramdu, the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 keeper.
One just sliding on with the arm.
On drive for one. Mahabir Singh, one of the up-and-coming off-spinners for Trinidad and Tobago. Another one of those hoping to make it onto the senior team. I know you still play on the local circuit. Have you ever played against him?
Yeah, played against him probably one or two times. Mahabir Singh. But yeah.
Well, before you knocked him out of the attack, how did it go?
Yeah, decent off spinner. Not afraid to give it some air. Would extract turn if there is in the surface. Quite handy. Good to have. Slip in place.
Ooh, in the air, not far away from the fielder. He's going to get one. And Chetty Palliam living dangerously there. There was a player set in place. The trap was set. That short extra cover. But he controlled it well enough to guide it away from him. But that was easily catching height.
Yeah, not in full control, Chetty Palliam. It would get him off the mark. Not totally convinced by it.
That's hit hard and over the head of the fielder. That's going to go bouncing away for 4 runs. Nice looking lofted straight drive here by Kappa. And he gets another boundary. He's starting to feel good out there right now. That was just a shimmy down the track. Got to the pitch of it nicely. Not all the way, but a couple of bounces into the ropes for 4.
Yeah, got nice and close to it. Siddharth Kappa hitting straight. And always get value for runs in that direction of the field. And he's got another boundary. He's third of the morning. He's up to 20 from 26. 48 for 1.
So Mahabir Singh, welcome to the crease with a boundary. And there is the score after 10 overs. 48 for 1. 21 runs in that last 5-over block. And the USA have gone for the 10-over block here without losing a wicket. Chetty Palliam in the game against the previous game against the T&T on the 23s. That was on the 21st. Went early for a duck, caught and bowled Agard. So he didn't have a good time there. Now getting a chance here once again. That game, of course, Ryan Bagani coming to the fore with a wonderful 61.
Yeah, Ryan Bagani enterprising 61. He's in the team today. Of course, the USA using 14. And TNT with 13 players. They have full allotment in their squad. And Becky Joseph missing from this lineup today. So 13 for the TNT under 23s and 14 for the USA under 19s. Well, Jason Agard is in now, replacing Justin Manick from the northern end. A slightly different role for Agard. Slightly older ball. We usually see him with the brand new ball. So we'd see how he fancies himself on this surface outside of the first power play now.
And some bounce for him immediately. Chetty Palliam just guiding it Desmond Haynes-like down to third man for 1. In the early days of the ODIs in the 80s, Haynes made that shot his own. He would just get in line and just open up the face slightly and allow it to run down to third man. Of course, everyone plays that shot now, but he was one of the early originators of that shot. USA just a run away from 50 here. This is the first time in the tournament. Well, they've gotten to these heights in the first 10 overs. So good signs here for the USA. Also tells you a bit about the pitch itself. Previous game 30 for 1 after 10. And in other games the USA got to 47 for 1. So just shading that off in this one. Don't think you've played against Agard though. He's one of the youngsters. Played for Presentation College San Fernando in the Intercol earlier this year here in Trinidad. Another one of the up-and-coming left-arm seamers in TNT.
Yeah, Jason Agar did well at that secondary schools level. Made his name by taking wickets. Also represented T&T under 17s prior. Of course, the under 19s. And he's been in and around the Red Force setup. The trial matches. He's quite experienced. Does swing the ball a bit. Of course, like all left-handers do. And he has some clever changes of pace as well. So a good, nice young talent coming through the system. Of course, very much a developmental part of his career so far.
Competently guided away for another single down to third man, this time by Kappa. He's up to 21 off 30, and certainly he would want to carry on here with his innings and provide and become the foundation of this innings as the USA bring up the 50 of 64 deliveries.
Yeah, pretty good run rate, 4.6 to the over. Healthy going so far. Just the 1 wicket down.
Well, if anything, Chattipalayam looks a little bit aggressive here as he starts off. All of these USA players want to book their place on that 15-man squad to South Africa. And there is the chance to play against India. USA drawn against India in that, which will be very interesting, as we mentioned in one of the previous broadcasts for these players. Many of them, their parents born in India, so it'll be an interesting return for them. Well, that's good. And just beating the batsman, and well taken by Ramdu. Had to put in a hop, skip, and a jump to take that one. Over comes to an end. After 11, it's 50 for 1. And pretty large Indian population in South Africa also. One remembers the great Mahatma Gandhi started his career as a lawyer in South Africa before returning to India.
Yeah, that would certainly be a huge game for the USA under 19 team. Of course, the opportunity to play against India in any format, any level, whether it be age group, whether it be senior cricket, always a good opportunity, a learning experience at that.
One remembers also the long-standing South Africa cricket administrator and manager of the South African team, Ghulam Raja, who also was part of that South Africa cricket setup for a long time. Had an opportunity to meet him, a no-nonsense guy, Ghulam Raja. Passed away in June 2021, a big loss to South Africa cricket. Yeah, Ghulam Raja was a former pharmacist, actually. Took a pharmacy degree at the University of Leicester before going on to become a cricket manager. There are all sorts of ways, Kadir, to become a cricket manager. Not necessarily with a pharmacy degree. Sometimes people have chemical degrees and end up in cricket.
Yeah, that's correct. I think you know of a couple of guys.
I think I know of a couple. They're not a million miles away from us right now. But there is a bit of an hold-up here. And the umpire is having a look closely at something. And he does have Avinash Mahabir Singh very close to him. A couple of the Trinidad and Tobago players also there. The USA batsmen are having none of this. They're just standing in their own little huddle there. So what's happening here?
Well, I wonder, at the start of this over, the umpire, the presiding umpire, he was just signaling for the end of that first power play. I'm not sure if just consulting with his square leg as to if they're on the same page. I'm not sure. Lengthy discussion taking place. 50 for 1 it is. Mahabir Singh with ball in hand.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion taking place at the moment here. The two USA batsmen, Chattipalayam, who is to the left, and of course Kappa, correction. Well, they're just looking on here because there's something going on. The two umpires coming in, and now they appear to be okay. I think they're going to restart the game now. But whatever it is, the umpires had their notebooks out. As you can see, the umpire at the southern end still has his notebook out, just taking a note of what's going on. They, of course, have to, one of the aspects of the limited overs game, just to ensure that everyone bowls the right amount of overs. And it could be a consideration, was there an over reduction with the game restarting? Certainly if you are in soccer or football, if you like it, and the officiating person walks to you with a card in hand, it's always a lot more ominous.
Yeah. Regardless of the color.
Well, especially if it's
you
red.
never want to see that.
Especially if it's as red as your T-shirt or the shirts of the T&T players.
Yeah, not a good sign. Well, I think we're ready again.
Yeah, it's Mahabir Singh to continue.
Trying to cut this one, Kappa. Bit of spin there for Mahabir Singh. Slow turn in the surface. Siddharth Kappa already using his feet to Mahabir Singh in the previous over. Getting a nice boundary here. Here's a short delivery. Pulled away. Manik giving chase. And they're going to keep it down to just a couple. Very good proactive batting from Siddharth Kappa. 23 from 33 deliveries. Good strike rate. Taking the opportunity to score whenever it's presented. Two deep fielders at deep mid wicket and long on again in the air. Well over the head of Matthews at catching mid wicket and goes down to long on for another single. Field is going to change over now for the left-handed Chetty. Deep mid wicket goes back, long off in place. Could work in the cover region from Samir Ali. So just 3 coming in the over. The end of 12, it's 53 for 1. Jason Agard to continue from the northern end. So 53 for 1. Slight changes to the field. Short third man, backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and fine leg. Predominantly offside set field, just 4 on the onside. Playing a miss there from Kappa. A bit wide, not given by the umpires, just inside that guide. Yeah, last real chance for the under 23 players. The sixth players from the under 23 team, which includes Jason Agard, Kyle Ramdu, Justin Jagasa, Andrew Rambaran, Adian Racha, and also Orlando James, all vying for spots on that West Indies under-19 team. Yet to be named. Quick single here from Kappa. Shy of the stumps from Matthews. And in the end, safely home. Not for the first time that we see this mix-up. Driven firmly was a good pickup from Matthews. But credit to Kappa. He was down the other end in a flash. Safe in the end, you have to say. Yeah, so 6 of these guys vying for spots on that West Indies under-19 team. And that team yet to be announced. The under-19 World Cup taking place early in the new year, January, in South Africa. It was to be held previously in Sri Lanka, but due to some administration things that had happened, they've now shifted the host nation to South Africa. Don't think it's gonna tamper too much or play with the mind too much of the West Indies under-19's think tank. Nucleus of that team very much in place. Pascal and company. Pascal, Joshua Dawn, Joel Andrew, Nathan Seeley, Mvendra Dindial, they all make up that team. Ken keeping a bit low on Chatipalliam. Wicket to wicket. Played out on the onside. Got to be careful there, young Pranav Chatipalliam. Egal using some smarts already in this spell. Varying his lines, his lengths, his pace. No success yet for him. Again, another slightly slow delivery brings the over to an end. Just one coming in it. 54 for 1. Final game of this tour for the US. Trinidad and Tobago under-23s versus the USA under-19s. A series that has been hampered a bit by rain.
Well, thankfully, this game hasn't been affected, even in spite of the rain. Break almost an hour, still 50 overs aside here.
They're driven away nicely from Kappa again and able to come back for 2 runs. Well, this is good from Siddharth Kappa. He did have one chance in the tournament previously, where I think he got 7 from 30 odd deliveries.
Yeah,
this time he's going along a bit better here.
Yeah, it was tough going in that game against the West Indies under-19 team. Not just the bowling, but pitch conditions are slightly different here. This is a better surface for these players. I want to say better in terms of easier to bat on, more consistent bounce from this one. Of course, it's been a nightmare for the groundsmen also, given the state of conditions.
Credit to the groundsmen, they've done extremely well, Dexter and company, to get us play whenever there's a rain delay. Because we hold our breaths whenever there's rain here at National Cricket Centre, but they've done extremely well with that ground staff crew.
Yeah, there tends to be a lot of rain in the central area in Trinidad, in case you've never been here. That's one of the reasons why there have been so many interruptions.
Conditions looking a lot better now. Blue skies overhead. Sun is out in all its glory. Down on one knee and cutting away. Will get a single. Chetipaliam. 57 for 1 at the end of 14.
He also pinched a strike here, Chetipaliam. And yeah, the skies, as you mentioned, just above us. The color of a certain club, the T-shirts of a certain football club in Manchester.
Yeah, don't mention that video.
No, that's why I didn't mention the name. I just mentioned the city, because I know you support the other club that their uniforms are not that color.
If you ask me, there's only one real There's only one real club in Manchester. That's the red side. No biasness there.
Of course, no bias at all.
Very good 3-0 result on the weekend against Everton. A victory that Manchester United fans would savor.
And a goal to savor for the ages.
What a goal that was. Well, Jason Higard to continue a bit uppish and going for the run, Chetipaliam, and had to put in the dive at the last moment. The throw was coming in from, was that Nicholas Ali? But again, some iffy running between this pair.
Well, Chetipaliam was actually very committed to the run. He pushed it and he called for the run. He was going to the danger end. If anything, the hesitation came up from Kappa. But Kappa was able to get there pretty safely. But it seems that Chetipaliam has done something here. Oh my, it's his shoulder, the left shoulder. Something's wrong here. And he's called the physio on immediately. And the American physio is running on. The two men, the two water boys are on also at the moment here. I think when he, in diving, in stretching out the bat to get home, he may have done something to that right shoulder.
Yeah, just seemed to do some damage to that shoulder, maybe landing awkwardly on it with that dive. Had to put in the dive to preserve his wicket. But we hope that he is okay. Physio made his way out there. Just getting some stretches done to that shoulder.
Yeah, it could be a rotator cuff injury here. That's I think that's given the way that they're treating it at the moment. Yeah, it could definitely be rotator cuff. And the physio doing all the right things, just making sure that he is all right. Of course, none of these players want to pick up an injury, a serious injury, that'll keep them out of the 2024 and the 19 Cricket World Cup, which will be played in South Africa between the 13th of January to the 4th of February 2024. And how the USA and the West Indies under 19s would love to be part of the later stages in the competition. South Africa, the host nation, and along with South Africa, Afghanistan, Australia, Bangladesh, England, India, Ireland, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, West Indies, Zimbabwe. Those are the automatic qualifiers. USA coming in as one of the regional qualifiers, along with Namibia, Nepal, New Zealand, and Scotland. Those are the 16 teams involved in that competition. And I know that it's a competition that you really enjoy, Kadir. The last time round here in Trinidad, it was played in your backyard, basically, in Diego Martin. The under 19 Cricket World Cup.
Oh, yeah. At that World Cup that was taking place in the Caribbean. Yeah, made my way down there. Always nice to see the next generation of talent coming through. That West Indies under 19 team included Anderson Mahis, Isaiah Thorne, and a couple of other guys. Short delivery down the leg side, given wide by umpire. Is it Ramtahal? Richard Ramtahal?
Morgan, I believe that one is. We've been given the names here. These are two umpires we haven't met yet. Frank Morgan and Richmond Ramtahal. I believe that's Richmond Ramtahal is at the northern end and Frank Morgan at the southern end. So that is Richard Ramtahal you're seeing in your picture at the moment. And of course the 2021 World Cup taking place in the Caribbean here during the COVID-19 period. And there were a lot of interruptions. Some of the players from the West Indies team were not able to play for some periods, including the captain, Akeem O'Geese, because of COVID-19 infections. A couple of the teams had to forfeit games as a result of COVID-19 infections also.
Yeah, unprecedented times. It was good that the tournament got off. Again, Chettipalayam. Manik with a shy at the non-striker's end. There's some definite miscommunication between these two.
Yeah, they haven't built up that amount of time out there batting with each other, so that's been the problem for them. 2022 World Cup was held 14th of January to the 5th of February 2022 in the West Indies here. T&T, one of the host nations.
Driven beautifully through extra cover by Kappa. It's not going to get to the boundary. Matthews giving chase. Chasing all the way. And able to pick up a comfortable 2 runs.
Yeah, that side of the field, it's the windward side of the field, so a lot more grass on that side, thicker root structure and everything else. It's more difficult to get the boundaries on this western side of the ground, eastern side of the ground, correction.
Yeah, that under 19 World Cup, a World Cup that India won. Yet again.
Yeah. Introduced us to the young baby AB, as he was called, Deval Bravies. Outstanding player he was.
I think he ended up with the most runs in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, 506 runs in the tournament. The outstanding bowler was Dimuth Welalage, 17 wickets for Sri Lanka in that tournament. So it's always interesting to look back at the tournaments and see which players make it onto their national and international sides. Bravies still yet to make it onto a South Africa team, but you feel that he's going to be breaking through sometime soon.
Short delivery, pull away, protection there. Just 1 to end the over. Kappa's going to pinch strike at the end of 15, 63 for 1.
So far so good here for the USA team, 62 for 1.
Mahabir Singh to continue, 63 for 1 after 15 overs. Pretty good start from the USA under 19s, going at 4.2 to the over. Pretty healthy start from them. Mahabir Singh, 3 overs, none for 13. Going back to that under 19 team, and Dinuth Welalage. Well, he's broke into the his national team, the Sri Lanka team, that is. He captained the under-19s, of course. Dunit Welalage doing very good things for himself. Of course, he went to the World Cup in the air. And, the catch is dropped by Samir Ali at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Should have been taken. Missed time pull shot from Kappa. And the chance goes down.
That should have been taken there. And that should have been the first wicket down for the USA, and here's how it happened. Straight into the hands, had the chance to settle himself, but his body was actually going down. He was just trying to get down behind the ball, and never in a really good position there, never a stable position like that to take the catch, and it went down. The problem was for him, it was in that point between fingers up and fingers down.
Yeah, in the air again, this time over, extra cover. Ali again giving chase, and another 2 runs. But yeah, that really should have been taken. It was in the air for a long time, had enough time to settle himself, get under it. And yeah, as you mentioned, not really decided as to whether to go with fingers up or regulation. In the end, chance goes a begging. In the air again. Manik has to run around. And again, it's going to land safely. And 2 the result once more.
Just going back to that drop catch by Samir Ali, I think he prefers to take those outfield catches fingers up. So what he was actually doing, some players have that preference. So he actually tried to squat down so he could take it fingers up, and that's where the catch went down. Actually, many would have, I'm sure if you look back at it, you'd feel that he should have just stayed upright and take it fingers pointing downwards.
Well, ideally, if you're going to catch with fingers facing up, you don't want to be in a crouch position. You're not in full control in that type of position. You want to be under it in an upright position where you're taking it above your head at that time.
Yeah, because it also helps you in that standing position, you can also give a little bit on impact, so the ball sticks.
Yeah.
Now, when you're in that crouch position, of course, you can't really absorb the momentum of the ball, and that's why it bounced out almost like hitting concrete.
Yeah. Again, wants to run, but not going to get a single there. So eventful over from Mahabi. Still 1 delivery to go.
Yeah, well, that was an interesting shot by Chetty Palayam. He tried to manufacture a shot from a delivery that maybe he should have tried to drive down the ground.
Again, quicker, and that time going past the edge. Not out is the call. Eventful over from Mahabir Singh Kamstan, and at the end of 16, 68 for 1. And time for drinks here at the National Cricket Centre. So Jason Agard to get us back on the way here. The first water break, USA under 19s winning the toss, choosing to bat first. They've got up to 68 for 1 after 16 overs. The only batter to go was that of Arya Mansouri for 21. Vidya Ramphal alongside me. Vidya, what do you make of the first 16 overs here?
Yeah, so far so good for the USA. This is their best start in the tournament after 15 overs. So pretty good start here. A bit unlucky. They lost Surrey to a delivery that he really should have put away. He was out for 21, but Kappa has carried along well. He's been impressive. Chetty he needs to settle down. He has to get his mind together for this one. Yeah, if anything, he's been playing too many shots, and he just needs to cut out a few of those shots, play a bit more conservatively, play himself in, and just organize his innings around Kappa, who has been impressive so far with 32 or 50.
Yeah, Siddharth Kappa opening the batting for the USA. He's been there from the start, 32 from 50 deliveries. It's been a much better effort from him, Siddharth Kappa. Another firm drive. Mahabir Singh in the way.
Yeah, Kappa's played that shot very well today. A couple of those have gone for exquisite boundaries. Especially favors that shot. Very powerful driver of the ball. And I think between himself and Surrey, we have the makings of what we could see for the USA at the World Cup in terms of their opening partnership. This has been the most successful of the partnerships up top.
Yeah, another slow delivery, Agard. But yeah, definitely something to consider for the US. As you mentioned, best partnership of the series. I'm sure a lot of slots would be open in that USA under 19 team.
And there are a few of those could have actually confirmed their places already. Srivastava is one of those who was very impressive in one of the earlier games.
Yeah, driven nicely, driven straight. Beats Matthews and gone away for 4. Kappa this time straighter and getting the result. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. He mentioned that he favors the off drive, and that one a bit straighter. Did he get in position well and put that away beautifully. Over pitch delivery from the bowler, but well played indeed by the young US batsman.
Yeah, slightly shorter and a diving attempt by Mohammed. Tariq Mohammed, it is at mid-wicket. Got a hand to it. Tell you what, if that had stuck, that would be a brilliant grab from the standing captain. In the end, it's a chance gone down, but I think we're being harsh with that. Look at it.
Yeah, technically that was a chance, but what a bit of fielding there. Amazing work. In fact, I thought that had gone past him. Then suddenly there was the ball popping out of his left hand. Exceptional bit of work there in that mid-wicket position. And again, a poor ball. That was a very short delivery, which really should have been put away and almost resulting in a wicket. Almost shades of how we saw Surrey go off. Different type of delivery, though. That was a full toss that Surrey went out. This was a half-tracker hit just to the left of the fielder, and fortunately for the US, he put it down. Tough chance.
Yeah, very, very good attempt. A for effort, if you ask me. Standing captain Tariq Mohammed. Well, time for Andrew Rambaran.
Yeah,
with his left arm orthodox from the southern end.
Certainly has been very good so far. Not many chances in this series. Actually, he was the player many felt was a bit unlucky not to travel with the West Indies under-19s to Sri Lanka. The under-19 tournament didn't go well for Trinidad and Tobago. Not a lot of players putting their hands up high enough to earn selection onto that West Indies under-19 team. Out of the players, he would be the one I think many would feel that a bit unlucky not to be there. But turned in a good performance against the USA earlier in the series.
Yeah, still has a chance, Andrew Rambaran, to get in on that team. It was a good performance here, and who knows what could happen.
He took a wicket and got 38 not out against the West Indies under-19s in the first game that started and was finished in the series.
Kenner pitch just short of the extra cover fielder. Mohammed again. You see that capper. Clearly he wants to get after bowling. Yeah, much better cricket wicket this particular surface.
Yeah, I think they've had a lot better weather in the last couple of days also. It's been a lot drier in the last week, in contrast to the first week of this tournament when it was raining buckets a drop every day.
Down the track again. Another quick single. Not a clean pickup from Manik. So safe from Kappa. Gets down on the non-striker's end.
Yeah, during that first week, if you were born with webbed feet, you would have been ideal for playing on this type of surface. But and certainly for the groundsman, it was very difficult. Do you water the pitch? Do you not water it? If you put it in and the rain falls, all sort of all considerations in there.
Yeah. Hard work, isn't it?
It certainly is. You have to be, when you work hard, the work is not the easiest of all, taking place at very hot conditions.
Well, 74 for 1 after 18 overs on a bowling change now. Another left-arm spinner introduced, Nicholas Ali from Northern End.
So the two lefties in position here. Well, they're not southpaws from south, by the way. Rambaran from North Trinidad. But these two in action here today. They also do have the left-arm wrist spinner. I'm sure we'll see in action at some point today. Das, he's going to be a handful.
He turned away on the onside. Wanted two. Good work from Das, that man, Amrit Das, on the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, well, Das actually took 3 wickets against the USA the last time he played. Got rid of Mahesh Patel and Bagani in an impressive spell of bowling.
Yeah, we'll see him at some point in this game. For now, it's Nicholas Ali out of the Comets Sports Club in Central Trinidad. Did well in the domestic season. Wider and taken. Good sharp catch at slip. Rambaran it is. And Ali strikes a huge blow here for the T&T under-23s. 75 for 1. Chetipalliam gone for 9.
Yeah, Chetipalliam playing a lot of shots in this short innings of his. And again, playing one that wasn't quite there for the drive. A bit shorter, just on the length. A bit more than he thought. Played at it, got a big edge, and that was an excellent catch by Rambaran. Take a look at this. Look where he catches the ball and how fast it got to him. Whoa, that was coming at him like a freight train and took it well. He made that look a lot easier than it was, Rambaran. Excellent catch. And just shows you what a good cricketer he is. Excellent with the ball, good batter, and now showing a safe pair of hands in the outfield. And he's gone, and here's the USA captain coming in. Rishi Ramesh, to do battle for his team.
Yeah, it was a good sharp catch. Reflexive catch from Ranju Rambaran. Came at a good height. Had to stick, and that it did. So that would give him confidence coming into his bowling effort. Rambaran. But after some good work from Kappa and was it Chetty. That stand has now been broken. And the captain, Rishi Ramesh, to do battle now. 75 for 2. Pretty good platform laid in this first 18 overs from the USA under 19s.
Yeah, how will they proceed now that the spinners have come on? Suri going to a delivery that he really shouldn't have gotten out to. Hit a full toss high up into the air and was caught. Chetty perishing within 2 overs of the spinner. Within a couple overs, more than 2, since the 2 left-armers came into play. And good work here by the captain to bring in the left-armers to bowl at this point. And Chetty going for 9. He was playing a lot of shots. I don't think he's going to be entirely happy with his innings here. Never really looked settled. No surprise that he holed out there at slip, out for 9. Ramesh had a good outing in the last game that he played. And he will be hoping that he can stay out there for a period of time.
He's got a job to do, captain. He's going to be facing up to Nicholas Ali with his tail up. Wicket in his first over. So Rambaran at slip, backward point, extra cover, mid off, long on, mid wicket, square leg, and deep mid wicket. It's not a square leg, it's a short fine leg, a wideish short fine leg. Adian Racha is stationed there. Rishi Ramesh, the US captain, a lot depends on him.
Yeah, he got 35 of 54 deliveries, 2 fours and a 6 in the last game. Batted very well.
Quick delivery from Ali. A belated appeal, clearly off the bat. Very hopeful from the left arm spinner.
And of course, the Trinidad and Tobago team would have noted that the left arm spinners wreaked havoc against the USA the last time round.
Gets a full one and can't put it away. Yeah, got to be watchful against the spinners. USA under 19s. Successful over from Ali comes to an end. 75 for 2 after 19.
Yeah, in that last game that they would have played, it was Tamari Redwood, the leg break bowler, got 4 for 37. Zishan Mutara, the other leggy on the side, he also took some wickets in that game. And Mutara taking 3 for 34. So they did the damage against the USA. That is the delivery slanting, well, spinning across the right-handers. That's the one that gave them the most trouble. So with the left-armers on here against those getting the ball to slant across them, that might be a bit of a problem and a challenge here for the USA.
Well, ringing the changes is Captain Tariq Mohammed. Samir Ali, leg break bowler now, into the attack. Just a 1 over for Rambaran. And he's been withdrawn. So yeah, that tactic again, taking the ball away from the bat. Predominantly now with the 2 right-handers in. We'd see more of the left-arm orthodox and the wrist spinners. Yeah, so here's Samir Ali.
Well, they're trying to repeat the trick that we saw from the West Indies under 19s, bringing on the leg break bowlers and wreaking havoc. Will it have the same effect here? Let's see how the USA cope with the leg break bowler on.
It just allows this one to go through. Gentle loosener from Ali. 4 deep feelers out. Deep point. Long off, long on, and deep mid wicket. Starts with a short delivery, pull away in the gap. Just gonna be 1. Good work from Rambaran. He usually is a very good athlete. Powerful arm. From the USA standpoint video, what do you think would be some of the takeaways for them on this particular series to Trinidad?
Well, they'll remember the rain for sure. It hasn't been a tour of conquest, more of a tour of deeds. That's what they will remember, some of the great deeds that happened. They haven't won a game in the tour. The completed match that they did have. They lost out to the West Indies under-19 team. Just one of their matches completed so far. They will be hoping for another one here today. But I think the biggest find of all, as they get single here, would be, well, not find, but the biggest performance for them was with the bat. With that man, Ryan Bagani, getting 61 in that game. I think that was the best performance with the bat for them. Subramanian taking 5 wickets. Best performance of the ball.
Yeah. Atindra Subramanian, what a performance that was. Missing out from today's game, not in the 14-man that was submitted. So I think after that performance, he's probably sealed his spot or his seat on the plane to South Africa. In the air, and the Rambaran with a diving effort coming in from deep mid-wicket. And guess what? He's put that down. Another chance going down in that similar region. And not what you would expect from Andrew Rambaran.
He also put one down in one of the previous games in a similar position, coming in very quickly. I think he got his hands to it just maybe about a foot above the ground, but unable to hold on. Yeah, I don't think he ever really got himself in a comfortable position to take the catch. And that one just seemed to bounce out straight in and straight out. Hard hands getting behind that one. And that's all she wrote on that. Another chance going down here for the T&T U23s. 79 for 2 after 20 overs. Just 16 runs scored in that last 5-over block.
Yeah, Rambaran would not be happy. Usually a safe pair of hands. Prides himself on his fielding. Very good ground fielder. And that time he'd be disappointed. Already took a sharp catch at slip. This time a totally different trajectory. Here he is back at slip for Nicholas Ali. He's going to continue. 1 for 1 from 1 over.
Ramesh is going to play some shots. He had a good outing, as we mentioned, the last time round. Here he is now going to play some shots here at the start of his innings. Whips that away for 1. So it's going to be important here for the US. If they are to build a score to threaten this T&T U23 team, they're going to have to get a good innings from Ramesh. He was the top scorer in the last game with 35. Amog Arepali, who's not, don't think he's involved in this one. He got 20 in that last game. That's behind square. Not going to get the single this time. But really, I think out of the many things that the USA will be looking at in this tournament, yes, they've had some fine individual performances, but the structural weaknesses in the team. That was quicker through the air. And, well, that's just missed the off stump. Really fired that one in Nicholas Ali. Unfortunately for him, it just shaved the off stump.
Yeah, not much of a change-up from Ali. But my, did he get it through quicker. Way past Kappa. Before he could have get that bat down.
Umpire was possibly telling him, it's right arm, is it left arm medium pace you're bowling?
Yeah, deceptive pace from Nicholas Ali. Unlucky not to clip the off stump.
Oh, just past the outstretched hand. Almost a chance there for him. I doubt he got a touch onto that. But a good attempt here by Ali, driving across to make the stop. Just a single to end off the over as the USA 80-2 after 21 overs. Here's Ali to continue, the leg break bowler. Hasn't quite settled just yet, and just the 7th ball he's bowled so far. And he's just trying to find the ideal length here and the ideal speed to bowl on this track to really get maximum spin out of this pitch.
So far, not a bad start from Samir Ali. Had that chance gone down previously.
By the most unlikely person to put it down, Rambaran. Well, you would expect it to have taken that. If anything, he's just a bit short here, Samir Ali, just allowing the batsman opportunities to get back onto the back foot and play through the cover region. Now the fielder who was at that deep cover region is now inside the circle. The only fielders outside of the circle now are at long on and deep mid wicket. Goes for the run, push and run here, but misfield allows him to get home safely. And Kappa's moving towards what will be a deserved half century for him.
Yeah. Since the introduction of spinners, we've seen that run rate come down. It was at 5.6 at one point. It was when the seamers were on. Now that run rate coming down ever so slightly.
Yeah, the USA are getting a little antsy here. You're just getting the feeling that Kappa especially and Ramesh to a lesser extent feel that they need to get on here. Kappa starting to use his feet. Oh, just trying to manufacture room for a shot that wasn't there. And in that 10 over block between the 10th and the 20th over, just 31 runs and a couple of wickets falling in that period. T&T starting to turn the screws now on the USA on the 19. Yeah, bowling to his field is Ali, and the over comes to an end after 22 overs, 83 for 2. So if anything, the pressure's starting to rise here on these two USA batsmen. How are they going to deal with this at the moment? Will they buckle under the pressure, or will they just soak up a couple more overs before they can launch that platform? That's what we're going to see here for these two.
It'll be interesting to see how they go through this middle phase of the innings with the spinners in operation. That's going to be something that I'm sure they're going to look towards. You know, how they go about scoring runs in middle overs with just two fielders outside the circle at the deep mid wicket and long on. So inside they're all patrolling, trying to save that single.
Here's Ali to continue from the northern end. 2 runs off his 2 overs so far. And he's also had that near dropped catch, one that he may have gotten a finger to it. Another faster delivery that he delivered at Michael Holding pace, almost hit the off stump. And the batsman didn't pick up the visual cues at all. His arm came over faster, but I don't think he was prepared for the ball at all, because that was really quick. Ramesh working that one nicely down to long on for 1. And in that last game, the USA, for the 4th wicket, put on 43 in 11.4 overs. Ramesh, he got 19 of that. Arepali got 20 of those during that time. In the air again, will it go to hand? Yes, it is! Brilliant catch. And that's Samir Ali showing what he's made of. That's a fine effort. And takes it running away to his left, to his wrong hand, and takes it well. And that's the 3rd wicket down, and it's Kappa gone for 41.
Yeah, a bit of bounce that time from Ali. Look at it here. Yeah, bit of bounce. And did not control it in the end. Didn't know much about it. Good, smart catch from Samir Ali. The other Ali taking the catch. And Kappa gone for 41. USA 84 for 3.
Yeah, so Kappa caught S. Ali, bowled N. Ali for 41, and the 3rd wicket going down. This 3rd wicket partnership, just 9 runs. So the partnerships snuffed out pretty early here. And the man who was having the lion's share of it, Kappa, is gone. And that is another wicket down here. For the USA have sent out Arjun Mahesh. He's the man with number 10 on his back, and he's going to do battle for his team. Just an interesting note here. There are pharmacies in Trinidad with the name Kappa and Ali on it. And just a little bit curious by that dismissal. They might be looking on very interestedly at that particular dismissal.
Yeah, well, what a inspiring introduction. This is from Nicholas Ali, 2 for 3 into his third over. As we move the well set Siddharth Kappa for innings top score 41 so far. Two relatively new batters. Ramesh, just the 13 deliveries he's faced, he's just on 6. Mahesh is about to take strike.
And Ali has a couple of wickets already to his credit. Look at that, 2 for 3.
Well, long off, who was outside the circle previously, he's now come into mid-off. Just one fielder outside the circle. He's at a wide-ish mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, wide-ish deep mid-wicket.
And so many youth captains tend to use, once you have two fielders allowed, they use both. Good work here by a bit of a gamble here by the stand-in captain, Tariq Mohammed. Leaving one player outside and keeping all the other players inside the circle to put some more pressure on the USA team. Like the aggressive thinking here of Tariq Mohammed. 84 for 3 after 23 overs.
Yeah, it's been good captaincy from Tariq Mohammed. Now, he had a lot of success at secondary schools level, representing Presentation College San Fernando, where he did a lot of good things. And he also brought them titles. And he's someone that the faithfuls of San Fernando, Presentation College San Fernando, they would know a lot from him. They would have known that the success that he's brought to that team now had a bit of break, and now he's back out here. The Trinidad and Tobago under 23 is getting a chance to captain this team in the absence of Mbeki Joseph, and he's done well so far.
Yes, Samir Ali. And maybe hasn't quite found his best bowling array here at the moment, but took a brilliant catch in the last over. That'll give him some confidence. Can that spur him on here during his bowling spell? Oh, there's an edge, and that's gone down again. Another chance gone down here for the T&T U23 team, and this time it is the unlucky Ali. That's the second catch to go down off him. Here's how it happened.
Yeah, another sharp catch. Maybe slightly blinded by the wicketkeeper Ramdu. But the third one for the day that has gone down for the under 23s. That's not going to please David Williams and co. I tell you that.
I tell you what, the most displeased man would be Ali. That's the second catch within the space of 2 overs off his bowling. And look at his figures. Just 8 runs off 2.5 overs so far. Very good bowling from him again. And what he and Ali, that's Nicholas Ali, what they thrive on, they stifle teams in these middle overs. And they force the pressure on the batsman. And that's where they get their wickets from. Just bowling consistent lines and lengths and attacking the batsman all the time. Oh, that was good. Certainly squared up Mahesh there. Mahesh was playing down one line and had to make the late adjustment.
Yeah, I like this from Tariq Mohammed. Just one field outside the circle. He again is at deep mid-wicket. Apart from him, everyone else inside the circle really stifling the US. Inside. Oh!
Another edge and a possible run out here. Ooh, just gets in. Now that one hit, was that catchable height? Ramdu is indicating that may have hit the ground. No, he didn't hit anything. That was a bye. Wow, let's see where this one passed. Has to be very close here. And again, Mahesh squared up.
Yeah, flatter and spinning past sharply. Pitch of a delivery.
That's the speed he needs to bowl on this pitch. Not quite the length here, but it's just a period of experimentation you go through as a leg spinner. Just trying to find that right pace where you extract maximum turn. And I think he found it in that over. He'll be making some notes for the next over. We'll be back with more after this. Ali could have a third wicket here, just dropping beyond the fielder, and they get a couple of runs, chancing their arm against Nicholas Ali, who has 2 wickets already to his credit, and Mahesh off the mark with a bit of a streaky shot there for 2.
Yeah, 3.1 overs, 2 for 5 for Nicholas Ali. Airy fairy again. Realizing that runs need to come. Where is it going to come from? Been very good in the inner circle, the under-23s. Well backed up by the bowlers, of course.
Well, Mahesh has only faced 3 deliveries before this over, and he is already starting to take on the bowlers here. Now, he's had a couple of chances in the last over, a couple edges one edge that dropped just short of the fielder, another one that he was squared up. He does not look settled at all here, Mahesh. He has to get himself settled, mentally settled here for this innings. And another one just almost flying to hand. So he's a bit frenetic at the start here. I don't think he's gone out there with the right mentality, but this is where the skipper Ramesh has to get across and talk to him, get him to settle down and buckle in for this task.
Well, this is how difficult Mohammed has made it for the new batters of the USA team. No chances, no easy turning over of the strike. All patrolling inside the circle. So even the bad deliveries are going straight to fielders, or the slightly shorter deliveries. Don't want to call them bad deliveries.
Edged and dropped. Straight to slip and out. And this time it is Rambaran once again. Second catch he shelled for the day. Third of the tournament. Very unusual from him.
Fourth one going down so far in 25 overs. At the halfway stage, 89 for 3. 4 chances. What should have been taken have gone down from the T&T under-23s.
Yeah, 10 runs in those last 5 overs for the USA under-19s and a wicket going down. So the pressure certainly on them at the moment. And just as we predicted, Mahesh was going to give up a chance in that over. Unfortunately for the T&T under-23s, they weren't able to accept that. Ali's figures, that's Nicholas Ali. He could have had a third wicket in that over.
Yeah,
so testing times here for the USA.
They bowled well, with little success though. 4 chances going down. Not good in the field from the under-23s.
That's well swept, but straight to the fielder. Just going to be 1 this time to Rambaran out there. While, well, that's better there from Mahesh. Ramesh has looked as solid as he has throughout this tournament, but Mahesh is playing a shot a ball at the moment. And even you look at him on the non-striker's end, just a lot of adrenaline in his body at the moment. Excellent delivery again from Ali. He's really getting the ball to talk at the moment. He's found that right speed to bowl at, and he's extracting maximum turn.
Yeah, right where you want to be for the leg spinner. Bit of spin beating the bat.
Up in the air, that's gone all the way for 6 runs. Got under that one. Lovely shot there by Ramesh. And that is a big 6. That one cleared the boundary by a good margin, as signaled by umpire Morgan.
Yeah, good shot from Ramesh. Bit of air and down the track. Mid-off and mid-on up inside the circle. So he just had to beat those 2. And he got a good piece of it all the way for 6. 96 for 3. Ramesh up to 13. And just 4 away from 100 here for the USA under-19. But good strike from Rishi Ramesh.
Yeah, just a little shimmy down the track, got to the pitch of it nicely, lifted that one for 6. Just a reminder to the bowler that he's not going to have it all his way here. Conditions suit the bowler. He's enjoying himself out there. But Ramesh just showing his counter-attacking spirit for the USA team. Better just pull that one back a little bit, Ali.
Yeah, with that, long off now in place. So long off and deep mid-wicket, 2 fielders outside the circle.
Into the gap, cuts that nicely. Couple of runs here for Ramesh, could be 4. Yep, gets to the ropes there. That's a nicely played shot again, a bit wider this time. And Ramesh made him pay. A 6 and a 4 in the over here. The USA captain leading by example.
Yeah, just allowing it to spin away. Got the width, got the gap, and got 4. So 2 good-looking shots in the over so far that have produced some 11 already. Ramesh up to 17. The 100 coming up for the USA. 100 for 3. 25.5 overs.
Good show here from the USA captain, Rishi Ramesh, 17 of 21. And solidly behind that one. So to end off the over, just letting the bowler know that he is in control of the situation. Ali's figures, none for 19 off his 4 overs, and there it is, the 100 up for the USA, 100 for 3 after 26 overs.
Ramesh with a couple of good shots in that over. 17 from 22. Arjun Mahesh, 4 from 11. Run rate 3.85 to the over. So it's coming down. Just thereabouts. But a productive over nonetheless. 11 from the previous one. And Nicholas Ali is going to continue 4 overs, 2 for 6. Again, the weather continues to work well in our favor.
Yeah, it's
Fingers
quite
crossed
bright.
it stays that way.
Yeah, we'll be knocking on wood to make sure that happens. And a bright sunshine here. 100 for 3 after 26 overs. The second 50 coming up off 90 deliveries. Again, Mahesh making room here. He's always going to give the bowlers a chance. Just trying to mess up the length here of Ali, who's only conceded 6 runs off the 25 deliveries he's bowled so far. Goes for another big slog sweep. Now, there is a deep mid-wicket in place. There's also a long on, but he's aiming for that huge gap in between them. Didn't get a touch onto that one. Looking for the single. He could be run out here. Oh, he's stranded and he's gone. It was always on the cards. Mahesh came out and like a freight train, he was doing everything at 150 miles an hour and finally just runs out of real estate. Runs down the track and is run out by a mile. He's out. It's 100 for 4.
Yeah, pressure, pressure, pressure. That's what has happened here. Arjun Mahesh going for a non-existent single. Manik had so much time that he even ran in from cover and took the bails off himself. Arjun Mahesh run out for 4. USA 100 for 4.
Yeah, Mahesh never really looked settled in that innings there. He and also Chetty Palayam, maybe not quite up to the task here today. Those two really struggled. And Mahesh in trying to really blast himself out of trouble and it's then run away down the track and was run out. Good work by Manik. Really coolly done there by the big fast bowler to effect a run out.
Yeah, Utkarsh Srivastava, vice captain of this team, comes out to join his captain at 100 for 4. Now perilously placed here, the USA, after a pretty good showing. The introduction of the spinners have really stemmed the flow of run scoring here. So
Yeah.
work for these two to do.
And since the introduction of the spinners, now the Pacers bowled the first 10 overs, 48 without loss. the 50 coming up of 64 deliveries. The next 50, when they got to that 100, it was 90 balls later. So that just told you how much they struggled during that period, almost taking a time and a half to get that one the second time round here for the USA. And Shrivastava 42 before he was run out in the game against the T&T U23s. So he'll try to use some of that good spirit here in this one. And if anything, I felt he was the man who should have come in at number 3, batted at number 3 in that game, and really batted well for the USA. This time he's coming in a lot later at number 6 here. Well, in fact, the USA, what they're doing, of course, is giving different players a chance to bat at different slots in the batting lineup, just to see how they fare. But Shrivastava was the man who should have been coming at 3. And there he is, as easy as you like, turning it through the mid-wicket region to get 1. And I'm sure you remember that 42 he got against the T&T under-23s. Just a lot of shots like that, picking up singles. 27 overs, and the score 101 for 4. Yes, certainly does look like a nice place to stay, doesn't it? And Kadir Mohammed is hoping that he gets a chance to stay, of course, soon at the Comfort Inn in Tobago. USA under 19s, 101 for 4, 27 overs. Certainly does look nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, beautiful hotel, brand new one on the island of Tobago. So once you're over in Tobago, make sure to stay at the Comfort Inn. A lot of amenities. Here's Samir Ali continuing to squeeze the US here through the middle overs. 4 overs previously costing him 19, 11 from his previous over.
Nicely driven, and that's Shrivastava getting another single. And this is a feature of his batting. He's the coolest man out there whenever he's playing. Just pushes it into the gaps, assesses the conditions well, picks out where the scoring areas are, just pushes the ball through the gaps, picks up singles and twos easily, and just like that, he's up to 42 in no time. He actually might be the ideal person in at this point. Ramesh getting the single. Ramesh is a bit more adventurous. He's going to use his feet to the spinners. He's going to open up, give himself some room to play shots. Shrivastava is not going to be that. He's going to be the bedrock on which any partnership is based. So he's the ideal man to come in after these rather frenetic innings we've seen from Chattipalayam and Mahesh.
Yeah, just to bring a cool sense of back to proceedings. And that might be the perfect foil for Rishi Ramesh, who's shown the propensity to use his feet, hit over the top. So just to get him back on strike, that could be a good partnership developing here for the US.
Of course, the Trinidad and Tobago team will be well aware of the abilities of these two batters, especially when batting in tandem. So they would want to break this partnership as quickly as possible. Ooh, Ramesh looking to turn that one at the onside. Suddenly saw the ball was sliding across him. Had to adjust quickly. 28 overs gone. The USA under-19 team are 104 for 4. And with the two spinners on here, things have been very tight. Could there be a change coming, though? Or would you want to see another couple overs apiece from these two spinners?
Yeah, I think no real chance, no real problem here for them. Got to keep them on, keep the pressure on. Not only are they keeping it tight, they're getting through the overs quickly. Both Alis, Samir and Nicholas. So they're really putting a real blunt on the scoring for the US.
In case you're wondering, they're not related, the two Alis. And it's one of the more popular names in Trinidad. And if you look at any phone book in Trinidad, you'll see a lot of Alis. There are a lot of Cans, Sings, another popular name. Well, they get the single. Oh, there could be a run out here. Can he get back? Has he got back? He's gone. Another run out here, and Srivastava looking for the single, and he is run out. An unfortunate run out here. Perhaps the ideal man for the situation, but he has to go run out for 3.
He is a disappointed man, Utkarsh Srivastava. Wanted a single, and they say never run off of a midfield. Nicholas Ali with the presence of mind to get it down on the striker's end. Found Srivastava short of his ground, and he has to go for 3. The US now in all sorts of problems at 104 for 5.
That is unfortunate there for the USA under-19 team. Now, it did get past the fielder who parried it, but the problem was it didn't get far past him. And that has resulted in Srivastava out, and 3 wickets have gone down within the space of 20 runs being added here. So the USA have declined from 84 for 2 to 105 for 5. And if you just go back even just a little bit more, they were 75 for 1 at one point. Now, 29 runs, 4 wickets going down.
Yeah, something of an implosion from the USA under 19s. And it's down to that again, Vidya. The pressure of not scoring. They gotta take risks. They gotta score runs. They gotta find a way to get boundaries, and that has not happened. It's been good bowling, good fielding, and resulting in 2 quick wickets. 104 for 5. Half of the team back in the shed.
Yeah,
Path Patel is out at number 7.
Yeah, Patel out there, and he hasn't had too many chances in the series so far. Did get a good 28 against the T&T U23s in the previous game that he batted. Actually, he and Bagani put on a very good partnership in that match where USA got to 213 off their 47.2 overs. And actually, he was the one who started to change things round for the USA along with Nayak. Bagani then came in and finished things off well. Nice teasing line again here by Ali, and I think that anyone who's seen the bowling of Nicholas Ali would be very impressed with this youngster.
Yeah, he's mixing up his pace nicely. Has that quicker delivery.
There it is on cue. That's beaten the fielder and run away. And that has he's picked up another run. Samir Ali, who took an outstanding catch earlier, not able to hold that one in. But really the fielding for the T&T under-23s has left a lot to be desired here. And certainly the coaching staff will be looking closely at that.
Yeah. Tariq Mohammed with the slight misfield resulted in a wicket. But the catching, 4 catches going down. Rambaran already putting down 2.
Ooh, he's just slicing at that one there, misses it. Ramesh continuing to play his shots, 18 of 25. And I'm sure he's getting some advice from Ramdu behind the stumps.
Yeah, just a bit too close to cut.
More room this time, but straight to the fielder. Ramdu, a very affable character behind the stumps. Not shy of giving a few opinions. 29 overs gone, and at the end of it, the USA under-19s 105 for 5. Another over in which a wicket has fallen. And all sorts of celebrations going on around the country, and one of those celebrating, Kadir, is something about your team you're celebrating.
Yeah, Champions League match against Ajax. Galatasaray, as I was reliably informed by our producer here, Mr. Dylan Sharma. No relation to Rohit Sharma.
Oh, Rohit would love to be related to him.
Quite a good man to be next to. Andrew Rambaran reintroduced into the attack now from southern end. He's taken over from Samir Ali. Path Patel, just the two deliveries face, 105 for 5.
And Ali bowled well in that spell of his. Got a lot of deliveries to turn, but in the last couple of overs, Ramesh especially was starting to get after him. So they've decided to go to the other bowler who gets the ball to turn away from the bat of the right-hander, and that's Rambaran here. Yeah, just getting him to not going to be the same amount of turn from the finger spinner. But Rambaran, his length has always been impeccable. Hasn't been quite on with the fielding in this tournament. 3 catches down, that's very unusual for him. That might be the only 3 catches he's dropped for the year. Yeah.
He has a chance to redeem himself. And that's a good thing of being an all-rounder. You don't perform in one aspect, you have another opportunity in another aspect. Here he is with ball in hand.
Well, floated that one down the leg side. Just going to be 1 for Patel. And my co-commentator, Kadir Mohammed's team, playing in the very hostile atmosphere in Istanbul in Turkey against Galatasaray. Not a place that anyone loves to play.
Yeah, irrespective of the surroundings, got to get a result. That is for sure.
Goes for the big hit, gets a lot onto that. Couple of bounces and away to the ropes for 4 runs. Just a bit shorter this time, and Ramesh, not for the first time in this contest, has picked up a 4 hitting downtown.
Good shot. Was pitched up, mid-off was up inside, and just had to beat that man, and it went away for 4. Good confidence booster from Rishi Ramesh. Goes on to 22 of 28. 110 for 5. Needs to rebuild here, needs to bat deep, needs to take this innings as deep as possible. See what sort of total the US could come up with in the end. Still a lot of overs to go.
Making some room again. He can't beat the field this time. And they get back to their respective creases. The last thing they want is another run out. After 30 overs, the USA are 110 for 5.
Here's Ali, continuing again. In for his 7th over. Ball on change from that northern end. Why not? 6 overs previously, 2 for 8. He's been miserly, to say the least. He's getting through his overs in a hurry.
Look at those figures, 2 for 8 in his 7th over. That's remarkable stuff here from Ali.
Short delivery, can't put it away. Path Patel. The pressure really beginning to tell on the other batters. Rishi Ramesh, he's shown to be good. He's shown to adjust to the conditions. He's playing his shots. But the others that has come around him have not been that settled.
I think you're right. Mentally, he's been a lot better than the other players who've come in so far. He understands the assignment very well. The others, less so, and a bit frenetic, especially from Chattipalayam and from Mahesh. Srivastava was doing his normal thing. Unfortunately, he went for a run that wasn't there.
Up and over the offside from Patel, and this is going to run away for 4. Good shot over the extra cover region and picking up a boundary. That's going to make him feel a lot better. 114 for 5.
Yeah, that's nicely played, deliberately played, and you can tell these guys have imbibed the lessons of modern batsmanship. Not afraid to loft that ball over the extra cover position. Nice looking boundary there by Patel.
Goes past the edge. Good delivery from Ali to finish. 114 for 5 after 31.
Yeah, Ali's looked so good here. Look at that, 2 for 12 off his 7 overs. That is remarkable stuff here by the left-arm orthodox spinner, and it's kept the USA down to 114 for 5. And Kappa is the top scorer so far on 41. Ramesh has looked pretty good on 22 of 29 deliveries, but he needs some support. He needs someone to stay with him. He came in at the fall of the second wicket with the score at 75 for 2. Since then, the USA have added 39 runs. They've lost 3 wickets, and he has gotten 22 of those. So there's the problem for the USA. One batter is getting the runs, but there's no one to really to be the foundation of this, the remainder of this innings for them.
Yeah, I'd hope that Path Patel could provide that support that he needs. Rambaran for his 3rd over. Can't cut away. It's going to be a single. But he really needs someone to stay with him. You're right, Vidya. Maybe Path Patel could be that man. He too likes to play shots. And now with the field slightly spread, well, tally the deep fielders, deep point, long off, deep backward square, getting a single to long off.
So the USA looking in real danger now of collapsing away in a heap. The projected score 185. They'll do very well to get to that score at the moment.
Again, a bit uppish. Mohammed had short extra cover. Landed just in front of him, but again, airy fairy from Ramesh. Hard hands at that time. But they really need to settle down. The other batters, this one is scooted away nicely through extra cover. It's going to be a couple of runs here in it.
USA can ill afford to lose Ramesh at this point. He's the only batter outside of Kappa who's looked to have understood exactly how he needs to play on this pitch. But the pressure is telling even on him. He's 25 of 32, but every now and again there's an iffy shot from him.
This one is nicely played again.
It's not a takeaway from what the under-23s out of T&T have done here. They've brought on the spinners in the middle overs. They really have tightened things up after the USA started 48 without loss in 10 overs, batting against the Pacers. They really have turned the screws here on the USA, kept things quite quiet for them.
Big shot again, this time from Patel, just wide over the short mid-wicket. And getting a single here. Not entirely convincing, but he's going to pinch the strike for the next over. 120 for 5 after 32.
There was a fair amount of disappointment that Lemuel Matthews didn't get there, but I think that Matthews was pulling off. His right foot seemed to slip, and he just dropped to the ground rather than get across to it. So that may have been why that was not taken. So 120 for 5 for the USA. Just to go back, your team is playing in Turkey. Well, there was a Champions League match back there in 2018. and a cat ran onto the field and stopped the match. Besiktas, the team that the Turkish team that were playing, they actually got fined as a result of not controlling the crowd because of that. And get this, the cat was named man of the match after the game.
Miss him, cat of the match.
Well, actually, the fans were so happy with the cat that they voted the cat man of the match. And interestingly, there were some World Cup winners out of Germany on that game. It was against Besiktas versus Bayern Munich. I don't think they were too happy with that.
Quite interesting again. Yeah. Red Devils definitely needs a result, a positive one in Turkey.
Yeah, they do. If not, it would be catastrophic.
Yeah, to say the least. Again up and over the offside, just over the extra cover fielder, and coming back for the second. Gets home in the end. Just opening up the wrist, Rishi Ramesh, resulting in a couple of runs. So he's looked good. He's up to 28. I really need someone to stay with him. Patel 9 from 15.
Well, so far so good for Patel. He's looked the part here. Boundary for him in a similar shot to that one hit by Ramesh. So we could see the USA rebuilding here. These two have done well in the short period of time they've been together.
Yeah, a bit of bounce that time. Ramesh just pulling out of the shot at the right time. Just dropping the hands on it. Good leave in the end.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised that Ali is asked to bowl out his full 10 overs on the trot here. He's just 2 overs and a ball away from doing that at the moment.
Yeah, and why not another quick single? Ali, and a bit of a wayward throw. Cleaned up in the end nicely by Ramdu. So a single to finish off the over at the end of 33. It's 124 for 5. Rambaran to continue. 124 for 5. Definite partnership required here from Captain Ramesh and the senior partner Parth Patel. Nicholas Ali 8 overs, 2 for 16. He has been brilliant from that northern end. Rambaran would be hoping to replicate the same.
Yeah, there's a lot of anxiety out there between these two USA batsmen, and you can see that from that particular, just in a nutshell, in that particular ball, just cut square of the wicket. They almost went for the single.
Yeah, still a lot of overs to go, Vidya. I think with 5 wickets down, these two are allowed some quiet overs just to sort of rebuild and refocus. Of course, still Ryan Bagani, the big hitting Bagani to come. So with a platform, he could do some damage in the back end if enough of a base is set up for him.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we might be seeing him coming in next year to launch something of a counter-attack for the USA. But these two still have some work here. Getting some turn, Andrew Rambaran. USA under 19 team. Here's Rambaran to continue. Oh, the fielder got a hand to it, couldn't stop it. They will get one. So a couple of runs here in the over so far. Ratcher hasn't bowled for quite a long time. His last over was around the 9th over of the game. So he'll be coming back to bowl at the death here for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s. T&T on the 23s in a good position here, but they will be well aware of the threat that Ryan Bagani faces. He got 61 in the last game. Still no sign here of Das, the left arm wrist spinner for Trinidad and Tobago. We haven't seen anything of him here. He is allowed to bowl in this match. 14 players aside involved in this game as the over comes to an end. So there a little bit of a discussion as to how they will proceed here. It looks like Lemuel Matthews might be the next option for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team. In that discussion, there's the Amrit Das is involved in the discussion. He's on the left. Matthews is also involved, and of course the captain, Tariq Mohammed, also having a talk, and Mahabir Singh is also there. Well, let's see what the skipper Mohammed's going to do. He's called a couple of players across. I think he might be considering Ali's also in the picture. Matthews, in fact, is going to continue here. So Ali had bowled 8 overs, and now he's been replaced. So they're going to keep a couple of overs here for Ali to keep up his sleeve, and Lemuel Matthews, the right arm medium pacer, seamer, will be bowling from the northern end of the ground. Let's see what he has to offer in this match. A lot of cricket around the world. Just to remind you, earlier today, the South Africa team took a big advantage over the West Indies in the second match of their series, the second 4-day match of the series. I'll tell you more about that during the over. Here's Matthews, man from Point Fortin in Trinidad. USA have enjoyed the seam bowling a lot more than the spin, and perhaps we could see a little surge of runs there if they get the liking of Matthews. South Africa 298 bowled out earlier today. West Indies bowled out for 154, and South Africa batting a second time, a 65 for 1. They lead by 209 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Single down to fine leg. Obviously, the South Africans will be looking to set the West Indies something in the region, 300 plus, 400 perhaps. And in an attempt to level the series, West Indies A winning the first match of the series by 1 wicket. An exciting partnership between Jer McAllister, he and Kevin Sinclair putting on 50-odd for the last wicket. West Indies creeping home by 1 wicket and getting a sensational win against South Africa A. Driven and palmed over the bar. Got a hand to it and could not hold on. Boy, that should have been taken. Was a fairly difficult chance, but you'd have backed the fielder to take the catch. He's looking very unhappy at the moment. And Nicholas Ali, who may have felt he should have been bowling this over, has put down the catch. It was to his favored left hand. Couldn't hold down. And as predicted, well, the run scoring has looked a lot easier here now that the seamer is back on. Yeah, they love to pace on the ball here, the USA, and they'll be hoping to get a bit of a quick surge at this time. Bit surprised we haven't seen Amrit Das. He caused a lot of problems for the USA on the 19 in the last game. Could he get the chance here to turn things around? Good delivery here from Matthews, just outside the off stump. Had Patel feeling for it. If anything, he's been a bit full at the start of this over, but he's just dragged it back a few inches and producing a wicket-taking delivery. Let's see if Matthews can, in fact, do the job for his team to keep the runs down here against this USA under-19 team. Too much width this time, and an easy single here for the USA. Patel playing that one square of the wicket. Ramesh up to 30. Patel into the 30s, I should say, and Patel into double figures. A lot of cricket going around the world. Bangladesh and New Zealand involved in the first test. Yesterday, Bangladesh 310. New Zealand responding with 266 for 8. A few interested spectators across on the, just in front of the Sir Frank Worrell Cricket Development Centre. And on the bleachers, nice shaded area there. Surprised I haven't seen a cooler around with those gents having a little drink. It's that sort of day. Would you believe it's almost December already? Where's the year gone? Sure you have your plans for later on this year. Right now, all of these players in your picture, they are looking to book a place, at least for the USA that is, place on the World Cup team. There's the signal for the water break coming up, perhaps after the over. And there is going to be a change here, and as we predicted, Amrit Das is going to come on here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And Das is a left-arm wrist spinner. We haven't seen a lot of them recently, but Das looking to upset the apple cart here. Is he the secret weapon for the T&T team? Well, his stock delivery goes into the right-hander and his googly goes away. So we might see a fair amount of those coming up here today. Here's Amrit Das, left arm wrist spinner. Single to start off. It could be a second run, and they get it pretty easily. Good running by Patel. He'll assess the situation well and gets the second run. At Bangladesh-New Zealand match. Kane Williamson, 104. Another 100 for Kane Williamson for the year, despite missing a fair amount of it with an injury. This past Das on a sliding attempt, and that might run away for 4. Three players from the T&T U23 team diving at that one, but that was so beautifully placed there by Patel. First there's one, there's two, and there's the other. 3 attempts to get that one, all 3 failing there for the T&T U23 team. Was a full toss all the same, and nicely driven past everyone for 4 runs. Left arm wrist spinner in action. Can he change the conversation here for the T&T U19 team? USA have been in the doldrums in the last 10 overs or so. They need to get a move on here if they are to set a big challenge for this under-23 team. Yeah, that's a stock ball coming back into the right-hander. Not sure if the USA have seen a lot of players like Das, left-arm wrist spinner. Caused a lot of problems for them in that last match they played. 3 wickets for Das in that one. Full toss. Is this going to go all the way? Yes, it has. 6 runs. Second full toss of the over. The first one went for 4, and this one is hit maybe a meter over the boundary, a meter or 2 away for 6 runs. And Amrit Das not starting in a very auspicious fashion here. He did get rid of Parthiv Patel in the last game. Also dismissed Mahesh and Bagani. But not the best of starts here for Das. Ramesh is going to punish anything that is pitch short or full tosses here today. It's well set at the moment. Deep cover has now been brought in inside the circle, and they are sending the mid-off back to long-off. So the 2 fielders, or 4 fielders, as one of the 4 fielders outside of the circle will come in to do the fielding. That's Orlando James at the long-on position. So mid-on, long-on, long-off, deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg in place as the over comes to an end here. And, well, there's supposed to be the water break at the end of this over. Is that going to happen? Well, the umpire has now signaled they'll have it after the next over. That's Frank Morgan officiating alongside Richmond Ramtahal here today. Ramtahal at the northern end of the ground. Well, a projected score of 186. I don't think the USA will be happy with a score like that here today. And given that these two have put on now 21 runs in quick time, and with Ryan Bagani, the big hitting player all-rounder coming up after, well, we could see the USA surge past 200. In fact, they were in all sorts of trouble in that previous game against the T&T and the 23s. They will get the single this time. Shy of the stumps, misses. Yeah, USA on the 19s were 93 for 5. And they were looking as though they might be crumbling. Then Bagani came in and hit 61 in a quick time. USA made 213 and 47.2 overs. Straight to the fielder, no run. Parth Patel has done well since he's come out. He's read the situation a lot better. He's kept his emotions in check and has been quite a lot more adept than the previous batsman before him at picking up runs. Did he get a touch on that? No, he didn't. Wide. Well, Ramdu did well to make the stop, but that almost rolled onto the helmet. Did well to make the stop. This time Patel just to the left of the field there, that backward point position, and getting 1. So good from Parth Patel. Hit that straight, and that's gone for 4 runs. Almost Sachin Tendulkar-like there, the way he hit that. And that's hit very strongly by Rishi Ramesh for a boundary. I'm sure he enjoyed that shot a lot as he got away that one for 4 runs. Of the many cricket matches on in the last couple of days, the Abu Dhabi T10 has started, and that's underway. Actually, right now, the match number 5 is going on in Abu Dhabi. A lot of West Indians involved in those games. Bangalore Tigers right now, 95 for 7 against the New York Strikers. New York Strikers, what a team they have. Odin Smith, captained by Karen Pollard. Sunil Narain also in there, as well as Akil Hussain and Ali Khan. Could this go to the boundary here? Orlando James is after it. James gets the throw in. Oh, there was maybe a half chance at a run out, but Ramesh read it very well and got back safely. Water break coming up after the over. A couple of deliveries still to go here from Matthews. Tidy job so far by Matthews. Yeah. This one's into the gap. 2 fielders after it. One of them is going to get there. It is Racha. And a couple more runs for Rishi Ramesh. USA captain leading by example here. And that brings us to the water break. And it is the second water break of the match here. So the USA getting a surge of runs with the medium pace on. And they will try to push on after the next break. We'll take a break ourselves. We'll be back with more after this. Well, you got a shot there earlier of the National Cycling Velodrome here in Trinidad and Tobago. Lovely yellow, orange building you saw earlier. End of the water break, and here is the USA resuming here. Amrit Das is going to continue here for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s. This is the last match of the USA Tour of Trinidad, and a tour in which they would have played matches against the West Indies on the 19 team and Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s. Fortunately, it has been affected in a large part by rain. Several of the matches have been rained out, two of them ending in results. USA defeated by the West Indies under 19 team. Now we could have a result here today because the weather has been holding out nicely despite a break earlier today. Patel uses his feet nicely to pick up the single. He's been the ideal foil here for Ramesh. And in the other game that we saw him bat, also good innings from him. And with Pagani still to come, USA could still get a score in the region of 225. Full toss again. Ooh, I think the batsman got hit on the legs there. Yeah, he did, in fact. It's all right, celebrating his half century. And congratulations there to Rishi Ramesh, a well-deserved half century. Only the second for the USA on this tour, hustling through and got a knock to the back of the legs for his troubles, but a well-appreciated half century for the USA captain. Straight to the fielder this time. A bit shorter here from Das. Hasn't quite settled Das. That tends to happen with the wrist spinners. A little bit up and down at times. And he certainly hasn't found the best rhythm in his career so far. And the combination of Das not finding his best form and Matthews at the other end with pace on to the deliveries, the USA have found run scoring a little bit easier here today, at least in the last 10 overs or so. In the air, could that be caught? Oh, has he taken it? Yes, he has. Very good catch, running away towards his left, and a diving catch. And the USA have lost another wicket, and unfortunately it is Patel who has to go. And let's look at this again. It's the first wicket for Das. Bit wide and didn't get over that at all. And that is a nice diving catch there. And I believe that was Ali, Nicholas Ali, to take the catch. And Parth Patel's innings has come to an end. So the first wicket for Das today, 3 in the last game. He'll be hoping to do some more damage here for the T&T under 23s. And Parth Patel, a very wide delivery offside the off stump. Didn't get over it at all and spoons a catch, which was well taken by Ali. Coming in to replace him is Bhavya Mehta. And we saw Mehta in one of the earlier games. Got a nice 21 against the T&T under 23s before he went bowled by Andrew Rambaran for 21. So can he repeat that innings and improve on it here today? Ramesh is still there. He's gotten to his 50. But no one has really stayed around long enough to help him dominate this Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 attack at the moment. And he'll be hoping that Mehta is the man to do so. Mehta at the non-striker's end, and it's Ramesh. How he'd love to get 100 here today. Last game that I would have watched for the USA under-19 team. 5 wickets for Subramanian, 5 for 31, 2 wickets for Satish, and 1 for Arya Garg. 35 for Ramesh in that defeat. This time getting a 50, so he has something to shout about in his dispatches back home. Here's Matthews to continue for Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s. Gets a good bounce. Well, there was a chance at run out at the non-striker's end, but Ramesh got across there quickly enough. And besides, the throw did not find the stumps. New batter in is Mehta, of course, and just getting settled in, the right-hander. Should be above, well. Straight to the fielder, and no chance of anything running close to Orlando James, man from Tobago. There's a live wire in the field. Took an exceptional catch earlier in the series against the USA team, diving away to his left to make the catch. That was against the West Indies under-19 team. Caught Stephen Wedderburn fielding at the mid-off position. Slow delivery from Matthews, well read by the batter, but no run resulting of what would be the last ball of that over. So far, so good here for Matthews. Hasn't done a lot wrong so far. Honest effort from the big man. Amrit Das back on the attack here from the southern end of the ground. Will that go to the boundary? Rambaran's there. Just going to be one. That's good fielding by Rambaran. He has a powerful return and able to send that one fizzing back in. USA on the 19 team, 161 for 6. 161 for 6. And the projected score now up to 205. And that's because Ramesh has gone very well here today in getting the second 50 of the tour for the USA. Hits that straight, and that could go all the way. Yes, it has. 6 runs. Nice straight shot there by Mehta. And he has hit that very powerfully indeed. Yeah, that was a good shot. It was pitched up, and that went all the way. And Das hasn't quite settled today as we saw him in the previous game. When he got it right, he was a handful for the USA. But credit here to the USA batsmen. They've been able to deal with his threat, nullify his threat to a large degree here today. And he's looking for something. You can see that he's still trying to work out what Das is bowling. That's the USA captain Ramesh. Hit over the infield, and that's going to run away for 4. 6 and a 4 in the over. It's been an expensive time out there for Das. We haven't seen the best of him today, and this is another short one. And he had so much time, Mehta, to power that one through the offside for 4. Punishment here for Das, and Das will, well, I'm not sure if he's going to get another over. Might have some time to reflect after this one. That has brought the over to an end, and at the end of it, is that going to be the last we see of Das in this innings? Or will the T&T U23s have to make a change from this side? Well, we're starting to see the USA captain go on the offensive now. As that one was hit high over the infield again, he's gotten another couple of runs. And we haven't seen Bagani just yet, but it is the Rishi Ramesh show at the moment. Is that going to travel to the fielder this time? Oh, he's dropped the catch. That has gone for 6 runs. The fielder coming off the boundary and could not hold on. And would you believe it? That's another catch down. That's 5 now down for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And once again, well, Andrew Rambaran is having a day he would not want to remember. That is his 3rd catch down. Came off the boundary to take the catch, suddenly realizing that the ball was going to travel over his head. And that's gone for 6 runs. And Matthews unlucky here not to pick up his first wicket. Well, we're all going to have days like this out there on the field, and Rambaran is having one of those. Third catch down in the innings. And Matthews is going to have to pick himself back up here. Well, that's the ideal response there from Matthews. Goes straight through and knocks back the middle stump. Brilliant bowling here from Matthews. That is an excellent response from the youngster. Hit for 6 the previous ball, and then sends one spearing through the defense of the USA captain. And here's how it happened. Well, that's as close as you want to the perfect Yorker, and Matthews has his first wicket. And now I think we're going to see the belated appearance here of Ryan Bagani coming in at number 9. Well, he batted at number 8 in the previous match that we saw him. And that was against the T&T U23s. 61 he got in a very quick time, batting at number 8. Here he is in now at number 9. Are we going to see some fireworks here from Bagani? Enough time for him to get another 50. Well, I'm sure with his style of batting and how quickly he scores, very much a chance of that. Bagani is going for the big shot first up here, and is just going to get the 1. So he's off the mark immediately. USA, they have until 2 o'clock. That's where the cutoff time is for the innings. Remember, we did have almost an hour break for rain earlier today. Match due to start at 9:30. Within 3 overs, the rains were down. And we were off for just about an hour. Now it is 1:45 here Eastern Caribbean time. So just 15 minutes. Is that LBW? He's then given out. And that is the end of Mehta. Mehta's gone LBW here. And that is very good here from that man. Matthews takes a second wicket. So 2 wickets for Matthews, and that's how he got it. LBW decision, and the benefits of bowling full here. Previous deliveries would have been very full, hitting the middle stump of Ramesh. He went for a well-played half-century. And now he's gotten the wicket of Mehta, LBW. And many feel that this youngster is meant for special things, Matthews. When you look at him, his height and his physical structure, he does have all the raw materials of developing into a prime fast bowler for Trinidad and Tobago and perhaps for the West Indies. And this is some good death bowling here from Matthews. 2 wickets off those 2 full deliveries so far. And there was a fair amount of pace on those also. Aryan Batra is the new man to come in at number 10. .12 minutes to go to the cutoff time here. The USA under 19s trying to get off to a very strong end to the game. We're going to see Agard return here, the left-arm seamer for Trinidad and Tobago. Let's tell you where the players are on the boundary. There's a long on and a long off, deep cover in place, and a deep backward square leg for the left-handed Agard. And the Presentation College star, part of that Presentation College team of San Fernando here in Trinidad, to win the national T20 championships for secondary schools. Pulled away. There is a man out there who will get it. That's the man at backward square leg. Just a one run. In fact, several members of the Presentation College team represented on this under 23s. Of course, Adian Ratcher was the star in that T20 match. 5 fours in 5 balls he hit in that final to win the final for Presentation College. Incredible feat from the tall fast bowler. Came in with his side in all sorts of trouble and just absolutely turned it around. Absolutely stunning the Northerners, including Kadir Mohammed. Up in the air, could this travel to the fielder? No, it won't. And they get one. Could there be a second? Oh, that was close to a run out. Frenetic scenes here at the end of the innings here, Kadir.
Yeah, absolutely frenetic. Jason Agard slow delivery into the surface. And completely outfoxing Ryan Bagani. Didn't go to hand. All the fielders on the leg side deep. So a chance there for just Jason Agard as he comes back in the back end. And Bagani had to put in the skates right at the last moments. Jason Agard back into the attack, into this back end of the innings. He would thrive on bowling his slower deliveries, his changes of pace. See how that works for him.
Very high backlift by Bagani. When he gets, look at that, very, very high indeed. Hits that well. He does strike the ball very well. I assume that he's played some baseball. His backlift is more like Alex Rodriguez rather than Alex Stewart.
Yeah, he has a firm base when he's striking. Always something that is critical when you want to play those big shots, to make sure and have that firm base. And he's showing that that is exactly what he's trying to do. Can hit it a long way.
Well, he pitched that one in short. Slower bouncer there that time. The batsman thinking about ducking and then suddenly realized it wasn't that high. So allowed it to go through.
Yeah, there you go again. Evidences of that slow nature. A slower bumper. And that was doing for Aryan Batra. 187 for 8 video. Just about 10 minutes according to my time, where we have the cutoff period. Might get about 44 overs or so.
Just helps that on its way, and it will not carry to Matthews. They look for one. Well, they get one, but not the second run.
Yeah.
But good effort here from the USA.
Yeah, we may get about 44 overs or so in that time. Where do you think the US with Ryan Bagani, and where do you think they'd want to be at that stage?
I think they'd love to be about 225, but that looks a bit, that's a projected score at least. But that might be, they'll need some serious firepower at the end here to do that. Well, some hitting like that would help. It's not going to go to the ropes there because the man from Women Tobago, he does not allow anything past him. That's Orlando James with another good stop. End of the over at the end of 42. That's the score for the USA. And there's the bowling figures for the T&T team. 2 for 17 for Ali, 2 for 28 from Matthews. Wickets also for Das. And at the top there for Manik.
9 bowlers used so far by T&T under 23s. I think we're going to see the continuation of Lemuel Matthews. Young man who's done his chances no harm. He's in the front. He's right in the viewing of head coach of the Red Force team, Mr. David Furlong.
Yeah, Mr. Furlong's here with us to watch the young talent coming through. Matthews, 2 for 28, a little bit expensive in his 4 overs. Full toss. This could be his third wicket. Field is there. Ratcher takes the catch. Well, Ratcher never looks settled under it, but holds on. And that's the important part. 9 wickets down here, and Ratcher has taken the catch.
Yeah, full toss. And I think that one looked to me to be above waist high. Square leg umpire was unmoved. Ryan Bagani is making his way off. But he has to go. Ratcher eventually holds on. After a bit of a mix-up between him and keeper Kyle Ramdu, eventually Ratcher takes the catch. Lemuel Matthews takes another one. He has 3 now. Bagani gone for 5. USA 189 for 9.
Matthews doing the right thing here, bowling very full in the death, and that has brought him 3 wickets here. 3 for 28 his figures. Bagani not. Here's Matthews. Another full toss. Just going to be 1 this time. He's really trying to spear in those Yorkers. He's missed his length a couple of times here in the over.
Yeah, Lemuel Matthews, 3 for 29. Third seamer here for the T&T and the 23s. He's doing well as a backup seamer. Very good structure. As a fast bowler, he's tall, he's lean, he's athletic, has all the makings.
And he is doing what he needs to do. Ball very full. That's hit the stumps. And they were thinking about getting the run. And the USA deciding not to go for it. That's one of the aspects of the game. There's always a discussion about should it be allowed that after a fielder does something good like hitting the stumps, if that should be allowed, that they get, the batsman can pinch another run or 2.
Yeah, good feeling that time from Agard. Jason Agard. Getting very close to cut-off time. Still 3 deliveries remaining in this over. 191 for 9.
Hits that straight. There's a fielder coming across, but he's not going to get there. Where's that gone? All the way for 6 runs. USA close to the 200 mark now. That was hit really well by Nadkarni. Look at this. In the slot, and boy, did he put that away well.
Yeah, the big fast bowler getting a 6. Much needed for his team. 197 for 9. Invaluable runs at this stage. Considering where the innings were, they might be slightly disappointed, but they'll take it nonetheless. Just 3 away from the 200. And Nadkarni 7 from 2. Strike rate of 350.
And again, he's gone for this one, and this is going to be 4. Nadkarni showing his prowess with the bat here late. 6 off the previous delivery. And now an ill-directed full delivery on the leg side, and he's put that away for 4 runs.
Yeah, again, just clearing that front leg and swinging away on the onside. Nadkarni, pretty strong boy, and he got it away for 4. So a 6 followed by a 4. 12 in the over so far. Matthews still has 1 legal delivery to go.
And how about that strike rate?
Yeah, and 200 has come up in the process. So 11 from 3.
And with the boundaries being hit here, that has taken us very close to the cutoff time. So this could very well be the last over bowled by the T&T and the 23s. This has been really a good effort here from the USA, especially in the last half an hour or so. And we did talk about the fact that with the seamers on and with the struggles of Das there, it was a chance for the USA to perhaps pick up some more runs.
Yeah, and that they've done. Led by a pretty good half century from captain Rishi Ramesh.
This is a slow one, hit behind square. This could also go for 4. It has gone for 4. 3 boundaries in a row here for Nadkarni. Boy, what good batting at the end here. And the man with 11 on his back has raced along here. 6 and a couple of 4s at the end of the over. That time, just getting it behind square. And the key to that there is in the gap between the backward square leg and the fine leg, and gets the boundary. Now, play is going to continue. We do still have a couple of minutes here. So, the umpires will have 1 more over. So, the 44th over will be bowled now. And it's going to be seam once again here. Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s going for Agard. And with that Kearney prowling at one end, I think he and Batra, they're going to go after Agard here in a big way.
Jason Agard, 5 overs, 1 for 18. He's going to finish off here for the under 23s. And a good single from Aryan Batra gets the dangerous Aryan Kearney back on strike. 15 from 4. A real cameo from him so far.
And if you're detecting that my co-commentator, Kadir Mohammed, sounds a lot happier, that's because Garnacho has scored for Manchester United in the 11th minute to put them 1-0 ahead at Galatasaray. That's why he's sounding as though he's just won the lotto. Slower bounce, so that's good from Agard. And Garnacho getting his second goal in 2 games. And I don't think it's of the same quality of that bicycle kick that he produced against Everton. That was a special strike.
Yeah, shades of Wayne Rooney in that finish. Wayne Rooney against Manchester City. Similar type goal. Acrobatic. Jason Agard looking to defy the odds here. Another short delivery.
That's not going to travel to the fielder. Just short. They will go for one. Can they get the second? There could be a run out here. Got back in time. Wow. All sorts of excitement here in this last over. We're going to get 44 overs in. This will certainly be the last over of the innings. USA, I think they would be happy with this score. They're close to that 5-run and over. This is going to be an interesting score to chase down here. They're pushing for the second run. James is there, and James is nonchalant as ever. He makes, well, that actually was James running in fast, but the thing is, he's so easy on the eye. He just makes it in there a couple of strides and sends a powerful return in.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries could take the USA under 19s close to the 220 mark. And that Kearney's on strike, 16 from 6.
Short one, pulled away. Will this carry to the fielder? Yes, it's taken in the deep. And that's the end of Nat Kearney. And I believe that's Ali there out there to take the catch. And Ali has his second catch of the innings. And that is the end of the USA innings. Bowled out here for 208. And the USA, they have not batted out the 44 overs. Just 1 ball to go. And here's how it happened.
Yeah, short delivery again, slower delivery from Agard, and Samir Ali with a well-judged catch coming in from a deep backward square. And at Kearney, enterprising 16 goes, 210 all out is what the USA under 19s get after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Video a pretty decent effort, you would say, in the end, but at one stage they looked to get well above this 208.
Yeah, they certainly did look to get above that, especially when Kappa was batting, and later on when Ramesh came in and got his 50. And they lost a lot of wickets in between those. So there was some fairly ordinary cricket from them in between there. But really, you need 2 or 3, a couple of really good partnerships, and they got that. And a nice fillip at the end with Nat Kearney coming in and smashing a few boundaries to give them a run rate, which is in the region of 4.75. That's as high as we've gotten all the way through this tournament. So this is not going to be an easy total to chase down.
Yeah, it's poised to be a very interesting chase from the T&T under 23s. They need 209 for victory against a pretty decent bowling attack from the USA under 19s. Up front, it's going to be very crucial in that first power play for both teams.
Certainly will, and we'll take a break now as the USA upset the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team, 209 for victory. We'll hope that you will join us for the run chase in just about half an hour's time.
Welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Vancouver for the final game of the USA's tour to Trinidad and Tobago. It's USA under-19s versus Trinidad and Tobago under-23s. And in the first innings, USA winning the toss this morning, choosing to bat first. They got to 208 in 43.5 overs. And Justin Jagassar and Kyle Ramdu starting things off here for the Trinidad and Tobago under-23s. Jagassar getting a short delivery, pulling away and gets off the mark with 2. Qadri Mohammed alongside Vidya Ramphal, who's had some enjoyable lunch. And he is raring to go. Vidya, good afternoon to you again.
Yes, good afternoon to you. Let's hope the lunch was just as good for these players, because if they should have at least the appetite to get these runs here today, 209, that'll take, they'll need to dig in here to get these runs.
Arya Garg is starting off the bowling for the USA under-19s from the northern end. Left arm seamer. Justin Jagassar, one of the players vying for a spot in the West Indies under-19 team. And so too his opening partner, Kyle Ramdu. These two would be hoping for a pretty good showing here in this run chase.
Yeah, one good innings here. Some might say it may not be enough, but if they can put in a good enough showing, that is a possibility. And with the West Indies under-19 team showing off what they've had here during the last week and a half, 2 weeks or so, there is a pretty well-knit group of batsmen there that have put their hands up during that tournament to show that they're the ones who could be very much 4 or 5 players or so to be part of that West Indies upper and middle order in fact.
Short delivery again, pulled way in front of square, and that's going to result in the first boundary of the run chase. Jagassar freeing the arms a bit.
Yeah, just tells you about the lack of pace in this pitch. That one was pitched short, and Jagassar hit that in front of square off the front foot. Look at this. Didn't even get to the back foot, hit that off the front foot. When you see batsmen pulling off the front foot, you know that it's not the fastest of pitches at all. And Jagassar all along the ground for 4.
Yeah. Beat one of the deep fielders on the leg side. Man stationed at deep forward square. There's also a third man.
And of course, this USA attack will be weakened without Atindra Subramaniam, who took a 5-wicket haul in the last game that he played. So that's another one of the aspects of this. The USA have gone along with a policy of not using all of their main bowlers in the same game. They've given groups of bowlers a chance to see what they can do as a unit.
Yeah, and Gag right where he wants to be to finish. Good over for the T&T under-23s. It's 6 without loss after 1.
Yeah, in the last game they had Atindra Garg. He bowled in tandem with Subramanian, Atindra Subramanian, and those two did well in terms of the way they kept the West Indies under-19 team down. In fact, if you remember, in that last game between the West Indies under-19 and USA, the West Indies were 18 for 3 at one point, with Subramanian taking 3 wickets in 1 over. And that came after a sustained period of pressure by the USA. The first 5 overs, 17 runs the West Indies had scored. They kept it down and then started to reap the benefits of that. But there's no Garg today. There is no Subramanian today. But Nadkarni returns, and he was the top wicket taker for the USA in those qualifiers.
Here he is. Nadkarni from the northern end. So he's going to have the new ball. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Ramdu, wicketkeeper batter, opening the innings today in the absence of Mbeki Joseph. So Kyle Ramdu with 1 slip, a gully, third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Starts with a quick single here, Ramdu. Good single in the end, pinching one to mid-off, gets off and running.
That's a good delivery to start off there from Nadkarni. Maybe just missed the Yorker length by a couple of inches, but the batsman did well to push that down to mid-on to get the one. And then there was a throw coming in from Mahesh. Missed the stumps. Good backing up by the bowler. So good sharp cricket all round from the two teams involved.
Good delivery from Nadkarni. Pretty strong boy. Good approach to the crease. Strong action. You want a much better showing. Is the only game that he bowled in the series. Bowled 4 overs for 28. So he'd want to get a pretty good start here early on. Jagasan needs some runs though.
Yeah, he certainly does. And I could see there was a fair amount of, I wouldn't say anxiety, but you could see that some batsmen like to feel bat on ball before they go out there. He actually had one of the spectators, one of the young cricketers, throwing the ball at him so you could just get that feeling of bat on ball before he went out. Yeah, he's one of those who manages his anxiety by going through that process.
Yeah, uppish drive, good feeling at mid-off. Barcher it was, so just a single. Good cricket all round.
Yeah, Aryan Batra moving smartly to his left and got enough on that to stop it from getting past him. Good bit of work here, and the USA fielders need to be at their best. Certainly we did not see that from the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s. 5 catches went down during that period. And poor Andrew Rambaran, he went put down 3 during that time. Very, very off color for him.
He's going to have to reload that one, Nadkarni. Good take from standing keeper Chatipalliam. Stunning the gloves for the USA. Yeah, 5 catches going down. That's not going to please the coaching staff one bit. And you have to say a lot of them should have been taken. They were quite regulation catches.
And there were a few half chances, some diving attempts. Well, one technically was a chance.
Yeah.
We didn't count that one as a chance, really, but it was put down.
Again, another quick single here. Ramdu safer this time. Again, a full delivery from Nadkarni.
Well, that one hit the base of the bat, and Ramdu was actually feeling the vibrations of it. He's still shaking his hands. Look at him at the non-striker's end. Just feeling the violent shock as that one hit the bottom of the bat. That's how you get, you see cricketers talking about getting tennis elbow and golf elbow. Yeah, whether it's the lateral or medial epicondyle in the elbow.
Good finish to the over. Just outside the off stump. Teasing Jagasa into playing. Doesn't happen. 2 overs done. 10 without loss.
Yeah, so Trinidad and Tobago starting well. And this has been a positive start here between Ramdu and Jagesa. Jagesa getting a boundary already. And what I like about this, when the ball is there to be hit, they're putting it away. But they have the running in between the wickets has been a feature of the first 2 overs. They look like they absolutely understand each other very well. There was a single in that last over. It was pushed just to the right of mid-wicket, and they took off immediately. No alarms, no miscommunication as we saw in the USA innings between the early batters, Suri, Kappa, Chatipalliam also. There were a couple of those.
Yeah, they'll have to sustain these 2. So remember, it's a 44 over game. Game reduced to 44 overs aside. So it's Aryan Garg to continue.
Well, you could see from this USA team, they will have, in terms of their bowling lineup, Garg is going to be definitely one of them. Nadkarni also there, and I'm sure we will see Subramanian part of that USA seam attack. Those seem to be the three bowlers who have really put up their hands for the USA in this tournament. Well, both of these batters, as you mentioned, need some runs.
Yeah, and I'm just hearing video that it's Duckwood Lewis. I'm not sure if that has come into play, but it's a calculation now that it's the T&T U23 is required 210 from 44 overs. Remember, the US were all out for 208 in 43.5. Game reduced to 44 overs aside.
And will we get all those 44 overs in? That's going to be the question.
Yeah.
And certainly there appears that there won't be any more interruptions for rain. The tour is over today, and it seems that the good weather is going to come after it. It does bear out that well-known tale here in Trinidad that the only way to predict rain is to set up 3 stumps.
How often we hear that? And it's proven to be so right at some times. So frustrating for cricketers. Could be the feeling. The cover shift vasta where it was.
Nice bit of feeling. A nice run and slide. There's something about the way he moves and walks. It always reminds me of Shivnarine Chanderpaul. He's a little bit shorter than the great Shivnarine Chanderpaul, but just the way he moves in the field, there's a little bit of a swagger about him.
Yeah, good cricketer with Gosh Srivastava, vice captain of this team. Didn't get much of the bat today. And he get a chance with ball in hand at some point.
Yeah, Chanderpaul wasn't bad in the field at all. He was one of those who could throw with either hand, left-handed or right-handed, just like his predecessor, the great Clive Lloyd, also did that. Many saw Clive Lloyd in his later days when he was just a batsman and captain, but in his earlier days, when he was a lightning-quick fielder in the covers, that's where he earned the nickname Super Cat. Not the reggae singer, by the way.
I was just about to ask you that. Up and over from Ramdu. Good shot. Goes all the way for 6. Pitched up delivery from Garg and given the full treatment by Ramdu.
Wow, this is some shot here. A real statement by Ramdu. Look at this. Pitched up, hits through the line of it. Boy, does he not just clear it. That has cleared not only the sign, but the upper deck here in terms of that's gone all the way for 6 runs. What a shot. 18 without loss after 3.
Well, 18 for 1. 18 without loss, rather, after 3 overs. Good, healthy start by these two. Going along at 6 runs to the over. A bit of a meeting there from the US players.
Well, especially after that last shot from Ramdu, because that one was a real eye-opener for this USA team. It's not the faster. Bounce is a lot truer here, and Ramdu hit that high over long off for 6 runs. The fielder was back on the boundary. That cleared him and cleared the boundary boards at the back. Now, if you're not familiar with that particular area in the field, it goes flat and then it goes downhill into the bamboo grove. That ball actually landed down in the bamboo grove. I'm surprised, well, I'm not surprised actually that they haven't gotten the ball back yet, because usually they go down there, they get, that's it, get another ball. Yeah, that's what, there they go. Just outside of your picture, a couple of the USA players have just emerged from in the bushes behind there. And I don't think they found the ball. They're going to have to call for another one.
In this instance, it's not lost ball win. Game is going to continue. Yeah, but that was a good shot from Kyle Ramdo, a pitched up delivery, and that's what Ramdo is good at when he's on song, when he's not in his that sort of premeditation thing that he does. When he just stands up there and holds his shape, could be a real exciting batter.
Well, Andrew Rambaran is running on with a box of balls here for the umpire. Frank Morgan about to take that from him. And I mentioned it on a previous broadcast. First time we worked here, back in 2007, Kieran Pollard was playing in his third first-class game and hit 100 in one session here at the National. All of those balls were lost. Nobody found them.
Maybe not just one box, but 2 boxes of balls.
2 boxes, and he was counting there. It was some great hitting by Pollard. Adrian Barrett also scored 100, and the Leeward Islands captain Sylvester Joseph, he scored 100 also in that game.
Seems a long way away from that time, 2007. A lot has happened since then.
And a lot is still happening.
A lot is still happening, yeah. Well, amidst all of that, Nad Carney is going to continue from the southern end.
And there's a name from the past, Adrian Barrett, now retired from cricket. And so actually his picture came up on the internet earlier today. I was just looking through on Facebook, and his picture came up, the picture of him celebrating his maiden 100 against Australia. The youngest man ever to score 100 in a test match for the West Indies on debut.
Yeah, what 100 it was against a pretty strong Australian bowling attack. Pitched up, driven, and not going to get a run, batter in the way.
Yeah. Just remind you, his first-class 100 came right here. His father was actually pacing around inside the Sir Frank Worrell's building, which is away to the left of your picture. Didn't watch a single ball, but when he heard the roar of the crowd, he ran out straight onto the field to congratulate his son. It really was a touching moment.
A bit too wide, George Agassi into playing. Well, what a special talent he was, Adrian Barrett. Mentioned those short batters. He was pretty short, but my, did he have good eyes.
Oh, he certainly did. For the short round, he really was an exciting talent. Unfortunately, not everyone goes on to have careers like the likes of Lara and Tendulkar, but he did provide great entertainment on the field.
Yeah, this time he's going to go for the run on Jagasar. And again, good communication. It beats Ramesh, who was coming around, and it's just going to result in an extra run.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of returns. It kept very low, and that's why it got past the keeper. And Ramesh, who did well to get across, dived at it, and it just went under his arm. Luckily, just a 1 run, resulting extra from it.
So Jagasar gets 2 more, goes up to 10-21 without loss. This time coming off the outside edge, goes down to third man. He's going to get another one, Jagasar, but again outside the off stump, again throwing his hands at it. Maybe the US feel like they could get him outside there. Likes to field ball on bat.
Yeah, he was trying to flay that over extra cover. A shot that we saw a lot during the USA innings, but that one peeled off the edge, and luckily going between the slip and through the vacant gully area down to fine leg, to third man correction for the single.
Still one slip on the gully. A couple of times in this tournament video, we've seen that staggered slip caught and balls go directly in between the two. Again, Ramdu's going for another quick single, and again, he's home safely. So you pointed that out very early in the innings video. These two seem to have a very good communication between them. That's about the 4th single that they've gone for, and it's just as though it's a look. Not much of a call, but a look, and they're down the other end.
Yeah, it's almost Greenwich and Haynes like the way that they would operate. Had a chance to see those great batters for the West Indies. One of the most successful opening batting partnership for the West Indies, and they just looked at each other and they knew immediately and they'd go off. It wasn't often that there were only a very few instances of runouts between those two. Actually, it was at the Oval back in 1984 to see one of them. Greenwich was run out by Rodney Hogg. A throw from the boundary. Rodney Hogg was at the non-striker's end and run him out. And you could have seen the disappointment between the two when that happened. Ratcher, the three fast bowlers heading off to the cricket centre. I'm sure they're going to be doing some more work there on their fast bowling. And many see these three as part of the future of Trinidad and Tobago cricket. Certainly we hope West Indies cricket also.
Three young men with a pretty bright future ahead of them. A lot of work still to be done. Arya Garg is going to come in for his third over. Left arm seamer. 2 overs, none for 14. Remember the target, 210 from 44 overs. The T&T.
And Ramdu is a fine talent for Trinidad and Tobago. As you mentioned, we saw it earlier in the earlier game, the premeditation.
Yeah, looking to force it again this time. Ramdu just needs to give himself some time. He's so talented, he has all the shots. Pulls well, he can sweep, uses his feet good as well. Just needs to give himself some time. And you'd see that fluency come into his game. I think once he sees once a few comes off the middle, he'd feel a lot better and he'd hopefully carry on to get a good score. Just outside of your picture video, those three fast bowlers that we saw walking around the ground, I think they're going behind that bamboo grove that you're speaking about to look for the ball.
I think you're right. In fact, they're heading in that exact direction.
Or anything in this over. He's certainly pulled things back after that 6 of the final delivery of his previous over.
Well, the thing about young players is after they hit a wonderful shot like that, those endorphins start to course through your veins and the adrenaline starts to pump. And that's where they end up getting out after, because it just brings that feeling that they'd love to repeat that shot, hit a few more big shots. And not just young players. Once you hit a couple, everybody feels that they can hit everything for 4, but it doesn't always happen. It doesn't happen that way.
Maiden over from Garg. Score remains at 23 without loss after 5.
USA were
Jagisar and through the offside. Glorious shot. Hit on the top of the bounce. And the way for 4. Good looking shot.
Well, that's a great shot there by Jagisar. And he's looking good here today. And into double figures. And look at this. Pitches outside the off stump. Just that little shimmy down and hitting that one. Carving that through the offside for 4 runs. Well, let's hope that he can produce an innings of some substance here for the T&T U23 team. But when he plays shots like that, he's really one of the most attractive batters to watch.
He certainly has all the talents. Justin Jagisar is just getting it right mentally. It's a nice ring of fielders on the offside for the US.
Down the leg side wide. I know you're pretty excited about your team, Manchester United, playing. They've scored a 3rd goal. So 3-1 now. McTominay scoring in the 55th minute. They now lead Galatasaray 3-1. And just pause for a minute here. Skadi rips off his shirt and runs towards the corner flag to celebrate.
Up and over the offside again, through the backward point area, and again the result is the same. 4 more to Jagisar.
Yeah, a bit more jeopardy in that one. It was not quite pitched up for him. Went down on one knee, very much Caribbean style, as they say. Not not a huge degree of control over that shot. Luckily for him, going to the boundary for 4.
Yes, for a couple of boundaries in this over on the offside for Jagisar. Well, the field still remains the same. Tell you the field in a moment. Slow delivery from Nat Carney. There's one slip. Rishi Ramesh is there. There's a third man, a backward point, a cover point, extra cover, mid-off. That's the offside field. That nice little ring there with the backward point, the extra cover, and the cover point fielder, all patrolling on the offside. And this time respects this one, Jagisar. So a good over comes to an end. 10 from it, 33. Dog loss after 6. So Arya Garg back for his 4th over. No success yet for him. He's going to be bowling to left-handed Ramdu as the search party makes their way back to the pavilion. No imminent sign of the ball. The seamers, they've not been bad. A couple of indifferent deliveries, a couple of good ones, followed by a couple of poor deliveries that have been put away by the under 23 batters. Just got to find that spot on the pitch. We've seen some variable bonks from this side in particular. Northern end. This one is cut away, beats the fielder, and running very close to the boundary. But Ghani's giving chase. And he does well. Couple of runs for Ramdu.
And a very nice slide just outside of your picture by the fielder. Slide on the relay throw, something that we see often in baseball. I know that several of these young men would play a bit of baseball and maybe some American football, and we know that they play soccer because we've seen them play among themselves here at the National Cricket Centre.
Light misfield and able to go through for the run. Again, good running from these two.
Scoring rate well over 5.5 and over. Good start here for Trinidad and Tobago. They're taking a couple of chances, especially Jagisar. But this is the fastest we've seen any team score for the tournament.
Yeah, this particular. Yep, 7 done. 39 without loss.
Yeah, South Africa will be hosting the World Cup for the second time in 4 years. 2020, they would have hosted the Under-19 World Cup. Jaden Seals and Becky Joseph from the T&T team, part of that. Seals is back in South Africa again. Had a good outing in his return first-class match. 4 wickets in it. There's the match situation. 39 without loss, chasing down 210 for victory.
Well, time for a bowling change here. Seam. It is going to be again. Nat Carney withdrawn.
So another run coming off. And one thing about your team, Manchester United, they make things exciting because Galatasaray just scored again. Ziyech scoring a second goal, 3-2 now. And that has depressed Kadir Mohammed to no end, I can tell you.
Always seem to let opposition back into the game. I think I need to make a call to Eric Ten Hag.
Yeah, I think you should talk to Ten Hag at the moment. He may need some advice.
They put that fielder back there just for that reason. Just to know that Jagger size, he's going to play out there. He's going to throw his hands at it. So they've set the protection. Batra working to the plan so far. Just 3 coming off the over so far. Need to finish the over on a high.
Well, that was hit uppishly. Didn't carry to the bowler and also didn't carry to the fielder. And they get a single off the last ball of the 8th over. 44 without loss here. And a chance for some refreshments here from the batters. It's the hottest day of cricket we've had for the series so far.
Yeah. Very good conditions again. Sun is out in all its glory. Blue skies. Beautiful.
Kadir is sounding very depressed at the moment because Galatasaray have now equalized 3-3. So we have a lot of Manchester United supporters around us. It's a bit of a conspiracy here. And they're not happy at the moment. Oh, that's hit the stumps. Jagitar was back in. It straight to not down well to take the catch. You'll get a good look at it here. Here's the delivery, just short of a good length, and yep, nice catch there by Batra, diving forward to take it. And look at the celebration. Garg, who has been in for some treatment, his 4.1 overs costing 22 runs, finally has made a good response here. He gets his first wicket and the first for the USA.
Yeah, brings to the case standing captain for today's game, Tariq Mohammed, out at number 3. But again, Kyle Ramdu looking to force the situation, and got a start and got out. Not what he would have wanted, not what the T&T and the U23s would have wanted. But Arya Garg, he gets some reward for his consistent work. 1 for 22 in his 5th over. Some success for left arm seamer.
So T&T 47 for 1, Jagitar 22 of 27. And as you mentioned, Mohammed, the presentation college player, in now. And he, alongside, as we were mentioning earlier, the likes of Jason Agard and, of course, the fast bowler Ratcher, part of that presentation college team that won 3 big trophies this. So 4 was gone. Didn't see the signal from the umpire. So Jagitar 24 of 31. And you're getting the sense that he is going to give up a couple chances here.
Trevon straight, and that's going to be for the moment it left the bat. It was
in the previous over. But this is a great way to end off the over. Exquisite straight drive for 4. There's the equation, 152 needed of 205 balls. The number of balls is not the issue for Trinidad and Tobago, and they are significantly ahead now on the Duckworth-Lewis calculations, just in case there is an interruption. And in case you're wondering, now I don't think there's going to be any interruption this afternoon. It's looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, in fact, it's looking beautiful condition.
That was a nice looking drive, but this time can't beat the fielder. That's Mohammed this time. And the stand-in captain, confident young man, didn't play in the first game of the series. Very much a rotation policy employed with the games so close to each other. Sometimes you have teams playing 2 times within the space of 3 days, so you need to rotate players just to keep them fresh. They are at home. They get the single, and easily. Yeah, it's difficult when you have to knit a team together in a country so huge as the United States. 250 plus million people, a very large land area, 50 states, of course. Trinidad and Tobago is not even as large as the smallest state, which is Delaware, or I think it's Maine, not Maine, correction, Rhode Island. Not even that large, and all players would have known each other. They've played alongside each other, so to get players batting with each other for a long period of time, very, very difficult indeed. And they get the single, and he doesn't hit the stump, so they...
4. He moves on to 33 from 35 deliveries. But what he would not want here is to get a start like this and then get out. Need to carry on.
Now going for the lap sweep, he's going to get another 4 here. Got enough onto that. Woo, that's not going to go actually. He's just going to stop just inside the ropes. And the keeper has to run it down. In the meantime, they've run 3 here. So 3 more runs to the total. And Chagisa has been robbed of a run here. But this was a very chancy shot. Now, that's not the shot you'd want to be playing at this part of the innings here. You're 33 of 35 deliveries, and that just gives you a nutshell of why, some of the reasons why he hasn't quite carried on to get those big scores.
Well, if you ask me, Vidya, that was flirting with danger because that was on the stumps. Seemed to be just took it from the stumps and just shuffled it away on the leg side. It got him 3 runs, but I tell you what, got to be careful. Got to keep your head in the game.
Well, I think that's beyond flirting. That's wedded to danger. Way beyond, I should say. 67 for 1 after 11 overs. And we may be in for the first break for water coming up shortly. We'll play in this situation. Finally, some spin on here for the USA, and this looks like Kush Balala, left-arm orthodox spin. Now, they could have gone for the leg spinners, but they've gone for the option of the left-arm orthodox spinner. Less turn, but it's going to be turning it away from the 2 right-handers.
Yeah, Kush Balala into the attack from the northern end. From southern end, rather. There's not much of a breeze at the moment. Let's see how he fares here. This track, the deep fielders, deep extra cover. Long off, long on. Deep goes on to 10. 72 for 1.
Bit shorter this time, and from Balala, they will go for the second run. Mohammed gets there comfortably. Good bit of running by Mohammed. Turned touchdown and turned on a dime, getting back there quickly enough.
Yeah, very proactive batter, Tariq Mohammed. He's run some quick singles. Looked to be a very positive batter. He's going to go for every run on offer.
That's a good delivery. That's the way he's been searching for. Just outside the off stump, turning away from the right-hander. not taking the edge at this time. End of the 11th over. Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s in search.
Just the one wicket going to the seamer. So I think it's going to be a bowling change now from the northern end. And it looks to be more seam from that side. Ryan Bagani into the attack. Right arm seam. Justin Jagasath, a runner ball 37. Your thoughts on him so far, Video?
Yeah, Jagasath, it's been a bit of a mixed bag from him. He's just, you get, for those who've been fans of Justin Jagasath, experienced frustrations of not seeing him go on to get those big scores. You can see why. He does get on top of the bowling and then plays some shots that he would regret. Luckily, he hasn't been dismissed here. That attempt to ramp a shot in the last over, it's not one that he could have. Oh, that's a good stop. Good bit of work there on the road. So after 13 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago team, 83 for 1. Justin Jagasath, 44 of 42. He's rode his luck well here in this innings. And that was a single here for Mohammed. Brings the dangerous Jagasath back on strike. And he has a huge number of fans around the country, Justin Jagasath. Many expect him to go on to much bigger things. He's going to have to break through and get a big score here. And all part of his development as a cricketer. Goes for the sweep shot. Oh, that's straight to mid-wicket, and that's out. And unfortunately, he's had to perish here. And that was swept straight to mid-wicket. And it looks like Bagani is the man there to take the catch. And that's the end of Jagasath. And that's what we were talking about. Just a bit too much. Just trying a bit too hard to get the big shots in. And he's perished here for a well-played 44.
Yeah, his aggressive nature letting him down on this occasion. Looking to play the sweep shot. Coming off a top edge. And Bagani with a safe pair of hands. Jagasath goes for 44. Trinidad and Tobago 84 for 2.
And the wicket falling in the 14th over. So unfortunately, Jagasath has to go here dismissed when he was well poised to go on to much bigger things here in this particular match. But he's gone, and in his place, is the man out of Tobago, Orlando James, in for the T&T U23 team.
Yeah, just at that stage when he seemed to be well set, Justin Jagisan again gifting his wicket away to the opposition. And that's the disappointing thing if you're a Trinidad and Tobago fan, to see batters getting starts, getting accustomed to the surface and then just giving it away. Not what you want to see.
Well, it certainly was on the cards. Unfortunately, it was, because we did see quite a few shots there played by Jagisar during that short innings. The 14 of 14, Mohammed, now he gets in there, he plays his shots. He reminds me a lot of the way Srivastava plays. Just push the ball into the gaps, pick up the singles, and get it going.
Oh, good delivery to start with. Slow through the air and drawing James into play, spinning away. Good delivery, Balala. And now certainly the US here now, they feel like they have a sniff back into the game, and with that breakthrough.
That's right, and getting rid of the dangerous Jagisar is big for the US here. Still are quite a few interesting batters to come for T&T. And James is off the mark. Oh, and gets there. That was a powerful throw, but away from the stumps. Lucky they didn't get another run there, but that's good from James. He's off the mark. Trinidad and Tobago still have the likes to come in. Andrew Rambaran, one of those still yet to come in as we end off the 14th over. 85 for 2. And Becky Joseph was a vital part of this team. He's now not in the competition, has moved on to fulfill some other commitments. There's the scorecard, 85 for 2 for Trinidad and Tobago in search of 210 for victory. We were suggesting earlier that this 210 would not be as easy as some might feel to chase down. And how the USA built that up. A 50 from Rishi Ramesh, 52 he got, 41 from Kappa. And they built up their innings well. And when T&T, they made the running, the USA, with getting the runs off the seamers.
Well, Ryan Bagani is going to continue. 9 coming off his first over. 85 for 2. Again, a healthy run rate. 6 runs to the over 4. Trinidad and Tobago on the 23. 124 to get in 180 deliveries. So the delivery is not so much the problem. It's really how the T&T on the 23s control the wickets through these middle overs. How they sort of could get through, keeping the run rate up, keeping wickets in hand, and that's the challenges that they face holistically.
One player, but not the second. They decide not to go for the second run, and that was wise, because the throw coming in quickly. 3 big population centers will be the stadia where the stadia are located. Texas, one of them, and in New York, of course, and in Florida. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, definitely, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a first for the U.S. Hosting a major tournament like the ICC T20 World Cup. Of course, co-hosting with some Caribbean islands as well. Trinidad being one of them.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago will be hosting matches, and for the U.S., what an exciting couple of years to be involved in sport in the United States. 2024, they'll be hosting the Copa America for the first time. Well, not for the first time, but the Centenario will be held there. Played off the back foot. So the Copa Americas coming up next year. There's also the T20 World Cup in the U.S. Then in 2026, guess who hosts the U.S.? Guess who hosts the World Cup again? USA, Canada, and Mexico will be the three countries co-hosting the World Cup there. And then in 2028, it's the Olympics. So a lot of sports coming up in that neck of the woods. 15 overs gone, 87 for 2. pacer than a leg spinner.
Yeah. Different types of leg spinners going around, but he seems to be out of the traditional type.
Yeah, he certainly is. And one driven past the fielder. They will get a couple of runs. And Bagani comes off the boundary to do the fielding. And from this USA squad we've seen so far, several of the players have emerged as contenders.
Rishi Ramesh, Utkarsh Srivastava, Atija Subramanian with his 5 wickets. Left arm seam also of Arya Garg. There's some things to work with there. A couple of months away from that all-important under 19 World Cup. I think the US, they would go back into some sort of a camp where they'd start to prepare their players and their squads for that tournament.
Yeah, prepare more intensively for that. Here's and this is the other spinner in the squad. That is Patel. Had a good turn with the bat earlier today. Another one of these players who a useful all-rounder here for the USA. He certainly would be in that side, you feel. USA coming here with an 18-man squad. Only 15 will be selected for the World Cup. So, unfortunately, 3 or perhaps more of these young men will miss out.
Yeah. All a learning experience for these guys.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And for those who will miss out, it's always a big disappointment. But one always remembers the story about the great basketball player Michael Jordan, who was cut from his first team.
Yeah.
A story went that he was so disappointed he went home and he cried for hours, but then decided, well, just have to go back and practice and be better.
Yeah.
And that certainly he did, and he went on to have a legendary career as a basketball player. Clips that just short of the fielder. That almost carried to the mid-wicket fielder. And Ramesh, who's been at the wars with that in that position, unable to get across to it. But that was close to another wicket here for the USA.
Yeah. In sports, unlike life, there are a lot more lessons to be learned in losing efforts as compared to winnings.
Set nicely squared the wicket. They could get a second run. That's James going back for the second. Ooh, that could have been close. A better throw might have had Rambaran scrambling. He appreciates the effort of James. James was also struggling to get back at the other end. The over comes to an end at a double to end off the over. And at the end of it, that's the only run scored off the over, 114 for 3. Yeah, but disappointments, it's not the fact that they are disappointments. Everybody experiences disappointments, whatever profession you're in. It's how you deal with it.
Yeah.
That's, of course, the most important thing. The great American golfer Tiger Woods had a saying, don't get bitter, get better. Has that served him well?
Yeah. Yeah, that is so crucial, in your development, the way you deal with your failures or disappointments, rather, for use of better words.
Stroke straight to the fielder on the offside. And can the USA win this one? Of course, they'd love to have a victory to end off their tour here today. And a couple of wickets for them. They'd have to be patient here.
Yeah, who knows what a couple of wickets could do to this situation. They always say add 2 wickets and see how it looks. I think if you do that to the Trinidad and Tobago score at this stage, it'd be even Stevens.
Yeah, and it would send a lot of panic down the spines of the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team. And if that happens, well, we could see a very interesting result here today. Ramesh unable to catch up with that one. As you would expect, the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team would be favored to win this one. But the USA endeavoring to end off their tour with a win.
Yeah, how badly they'd want to finish the tour on a high. would do their confidence a world of good if they could do that. Work to be done for them, Ryan Bagani and company.
Yeah, certainly will be a lot of work, and they still have a couple of batsmen in the hutch, the T&T U23 team, that can take them to victory. You would feel that Rambaran's wicket will be highly regarded. Of course, Orlando James, he's just build what he normally does. He builds up some momentum, and he can go on the offensive later on, Orlando James. But Rambaran, he is a real rock in this T&T U23 team with the bat in his hands.
Yeah, he needs to stay there. Andrew Rambaran, at this time 16 from 25. Played the situation well. Not done anything out of the ordinary. 24 done, 118 for 3.
Yeah, at the end of the over. And just a short break. We'll be back with more.
It's a Path Patel.
118 for 3. It's Path Patel to continue. And I know you enjoy watching Path Patel bowl. He's quite a good young cricketer. 3 overs, none for 6. He gives you 100%, doesn't he?
Yeah, certainly a good cricketer. For the USA, Path Patel, all-round cricketer. Bats in the lower order and bowls his off breaks. Pretty handy with ball in hand. Pretty tidy too. 3 overs, none for 6. He's going to be continuing here, bowling to Orlando James. 15 from 33.
Straight to the mid-wicket. I won't ask you your opinion on Manchester United at the moment. We won't want to hear that. United, your favorite team, giving up 2 goals late from 3-1 up to 3-all.
Yeah, sorry story there for Manchester United. Like so many times throughout the season, giving up chances to be in a winning position.
It's all a work in progress. And certainly young Orlando James, I'm sure he is, in fact, a Manchester United supporter. His countryman, Dwight York, played for Manchester United. Dwight York from Tobago himself. It's driven nicely, but straight to the fielder. York from Carnby in Tobago, and Orlando James from Wim in Tobago. Different side of the island.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, beautiful island, the Isle of Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago T10 blast happening over there.
And coming up towards the business end of it, really, with 3 days of play to go after, and then into the semi-finals.
Yep. Couple of teams in with a shout to be crowned Tobago T10 champions. I must imagine though that the organizers of that tournament, they would have to have loads of balls. Tell you what, balls have been traveling out of that stadium at will.
Yeah, certainly. The Shore Park, at Shore Park, the ball does travel a long way. 25 overs gone here. And Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s, 119 for 3. Some former youth players from Trinidad and Tobago were telling us a story about going to Tobago to play cricket, and then the number 9 batsman came out and was smashing everything everywhere, It was one Dwight Eversley York playing cricket for Tobago. Former Manchester United man, was more than a handy cricket player. Hit some deliveries way out of the ground. Of course, none of the bowlers owned up to it. Say, no, you hit everyone except for me. But quite an all-round player, Dwight York. His brother actually represented Trinidad and Tobago in cricket, first-class player, and many would tell you that nobody hit the ball harder than Clint York.
You're right about that. So Arya Satish gonna start his third over. 90 still needed for Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s. Run rate coming down slightly with spinners in operation. Quick single here for James.
But that would have been interesting. James was actually outside of his crease when he collided with the bowler, and luckily the throw did not hit the stumps. That would have been an interesting call for the umpire.
Very important partnership here for the T&T team video. You know, with the fall of any of these batters, it could send some panic amongst the rest of the batting to come. Rambaran with a big shot all the way for 6. It was pitched up and down on one knee and slogging away over mid-wicket for 6 runs. A good shot from Rambaran.
Yeah, that's Rambaran. And this one in the arc, and he put it away well. There was no doubt as soon as that left the bat, that was going to go for 6 runs. Just giving the bowler a little bit of a reminder here.
Tossed up again and driven pleasantly, but can't get a run. Deep fielders out, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square. It's sweeping again. It's gonna fall short of man out on the mid wicket boundary, so it's just gonna be 1.
Well, it is a matchup that Rambaran would welcome. The left-hander with the ball turning across him. He's hitting with the spin and has twice opted to go on the leg side, and successfully so. 7 runs off those 2 shots.
Yeah, I'd still like to see that slip in, though. The leg spinner in operation. You see the variable bounce. You know, some bouncing, some staying a bit low. You know, but it's been all curtailed on this particular surface. It's been a very good cricket wicket, if I may say. This one is cut away, coming off a thickish outside edge. It's just going to be 1. Minor victory there for bowler Satish. His over comes down and 128 for 3.
I think he would want to be reminding his captain at when he comes up to bowl the next over that he needs to get a slip in place. That was not far from taking the edge, and it went a bit wider than slip, admittedly, that one. But the mistake was there by Orlando James. And, well, if the USA want to win this game, they got to take wickets. They might want to consider taking that gamble at this time.
Yeah, I think a slip is one position that should be, you know, she should be having for the leg spinners. And that ball spinning across the right-hander, you never know. Even the one that holds its line for the left-hander too, the slip could be an option. And of course, needing wickets to win this game, it's the only way you could go on to win this game, by bowling out the T&T team.
Rambaran's key here to Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team going on to win this one, because he's going to stay there. He's going to form that bedrock of the innings. James, hugely important because his aggression could get T&T there quickly, plus provide the pressure. He can put that. He does have the ability to put the pressure on these bowlers. We've seen James take apart attacks in the Bago T10 at T10 level. And if he can somehow tap into that aggression and skill level, he's able to get in that format and channel that into this 50-over format. He will be a sight to see. And we see this a lot. We have seen this a lot in cricket. Let's take, for instance, recently at the World Cup, Surya Kumar Yadav, one of the most destructive players in T20. At 50 over cricket, you just can't seem to get it together.
Yeah, for a lot of these real attacking players like Surya Kumar Yadav, it's about finding that medium, you know, in 50 over cricket. It's always that period where you gotta be solid, you gotta recognize the situation.
Yeah.
And for all of his success in the T20 format, he really struggles to put together his complete game in 50 over cricket. Mind you, he averages in the 40s though in 50 over cricket.
Yeah, he's not a failure by any means at all, but it does not seem to have the same impact on the game as he does at the T20 level, and that actually provoked a very interesting exchange. I'll tell you about that in a moment here as Patel continues. Yeah, that's just beaten Patel diving across. And actually, Yadav was having such a wonderful match in the first T20. Well, in fact, we'll leave that for the next over because we're going to take a short break. 129, 130 for 3 at the end of the over.
It's a 130 for 3 after 27 overs. Still 79 more needed for victory for Trinidad and Tobago. 7 wickets needed for USA under 19s. Arya Satish to continue. There's 3 of us costing him 16. Rambaran and Orlando James forming a nice partnership here after the loss of Jagisar. These two building a nice platform. Solid partnership so far.
Yeah, they certainly have. And Satish continuing to do his level best here. He's gone along at just over 5 and over here. So he hasn't quite settled, or he's not been allowed to settle here by Rambaran and company. Just going back to that discussion, we were talking about the differences between 50 over and T20. We were talking about the fact that, let's say James, for instance, brilliant at T10 cricket, very destructive, but hasn't quite transferred that form to 50 overs. Surya Kumar Yadav, there was an interesting exchange in the commentary box. Ravi Sastry was saying, well, he was talking about what a wonderful knock Surya Kumar Yadav was producing, and Matthew Hayden, the Australian, said, yes, it is, but it's come 4 days too late. The first one-day international was played 4 days after the World Cup final, and Yadav did not have a good final. And it went further. It got a little bit more, well, I shouldn't say heated, a bit funnier after that. Ravi Sastry was saying, well, how do you stop Sky, as Surya Kumar Yadav is? And Hayden just responded by saying, well, you tell him it's a ODI World Cup match. Funny, but a pointed criticism of his play in ODI matches. Just doesn't seem to produce the goods as he does in T20s.
Yeah, leading that India team in that T20 series against Australia. That series stands at 2-1, and they're winning the first 2 games. Australia clawing back in the 3rd game. Glenn Maxwell with an unbeaten 100 to take his team across the line. But really making the headlines, video Travis Head, who's attracting a lot of attention in the draft, the IPL draft that is to be taking place next month.
Yep, that'll come to a head next month, certainly. And his exploits in the World Cup finals will be remembered by all. Certainly a couple billion Indians will remember him quite well.
just about 4:42 Eastern Caribbean time, and there's still all of 14 overs to go. I'm not sure if we're going to get all 14 overs. Still 77 needed from 98 deliveries. 132 for 3. In fact, 133 for 3 after 28.
Travis Head, what a player he is. His innings, he became the third Australian to score 100 in the World Cup finals. He actually averages 45.37 at test level, 616 50s. So this is a player of some quality.
Yeah. Man of the match in the World Test Championship final. Man of the match in the World Cup final.
Yes. Amazing stuff there from Travis Head. In fact, one of the lines I saw was from that World Cup final. The coolest head in that World Cup final was an Australian.
Yeah, rightly so. So Rishi Ramesh ringing the changes, bringing back Aryan Bacha for his second spell, returning now from the northern end. Try to prize out one of these batters.
Yeah, that appeal there, ball clearly going down the leg side, hitting James Rambaran, correction, on the pads. Rambaran, the left-hander. Orlando James looks a bit small out there, but when you stand next to him, he's quite muscular. And they make them a bit different in Tobago. In case you've never been to Tobago, all that wonderful air and the great blue food that they eat in Tobago. He's quite a strong young man. Member of a fairly large family, and they all love cricket. His brother Joshua James plays for the Jamaica Talwas, and he hits it as long as Pollard.
Yeah, immensely talented cricketer, Joshua James.
Yes.
And he was a part of that West Indies under 19 team that toured South Africa in the last World Cup.
That's right.
Yeah.
I saw him at this venue hit a six over the venue where the building we're sitting in. He hit one over the National Cricket Centre. Now that takes some doing. That's a good 90 meters or so to clear this facility.
Yeah. When he hits it, it stays hit. That's for sure. Joshua James. With his brother here, Orlando James, looking to take his team across the line for what would be their first victory of the series. The final game of this series, USA under 19's tour to Trinidad. I'm sure they had a fun time here. Not so much to do with the weather.
It's not about fun and games to them. It's all about the serious cricket and preparing for that World Cup. And I'm sure that this tournament has done has provided a huge fillip for this USA team in their preparation for the World Cup, getting used to the conditions here. Certainly the conditions in South Africa will be quite different in January. It'll be summer, actually, in South Africa.
Bit of yes, no. And the throw came at the non-striker's end, but Rambaran got home. Bit of hesitation there from the two. All's well that ends well.
Yeah, James was just having a long-distance word with Rambaran. I think the problem was they seemed to, they were running around the same area of the pitch, which could have created a collision.
Loud appeal from Bacha. Initially it looked as though it was heading down leg side. And the judge saw by the umpire.
Well, James maybe a bit guiltily just moving out away from the scene of the crime quickly. Some batsmen like to do that. They're struck in the pad, they move quickly away. You do look a bit more certain to get that LBW if you stay in the same position.
Yeah. And he pick up a double here to finish off the over. Does Orlando James. 138 for 3 after 29.
Current partnership just 3 short of a 50. This has been very good here from James and James and Rambaran. Rambaran hit 1-6, a towering 6 over long on in the innings. James, can't remember James hitting more than one boundary in his innings so far. So it's good solid stuff here from the youngster out of Tobago, as well as Rambaran, 27 of 39. Steady stuff from these two.
Looks like Utkarsh Srivastava is going to come into the attack for the first time today. Right arm off spinner. Really need to start picking up wickets here, does the USA under 19s. Wickets, of course, the only way they could realistically win this game.
And
We've not seen Rishi Ramesh yet, though. Quite handy with his leg breaks.
Well, with the left-hander on, not a bad ploy to bring in the off-spinner this time. Let's see how much purchase he's going to get from the track. And there is the slip in place for the off-spinner. If there is an edge off the bat of Andrew Rambaran. Good start. Very, very good start there from him.
Yeah, slow through the air. Srivastava is going to ask you to make all the pace. And he's not going to give you much to work with in terms of pace, usually wicket to wicket. Has 4 fielders outside the circle. Deep extra cover, long off, long on, and a deep mid wicket. Bit of spin that time.
Yeah, that's exactly where he wanted to be. Just turning away from Rambaran. Yeah, he's a good bowler to tie down one end. Plus, occasionally he gets one to turn a little bit more, take the edge. So, not a bad option to have on your team. Utkarsh Srivastava.
Srivastava. And that he does. We're going to get a single. Rambaran just guiding it away past the short third man fielder. And he's going to get a single to pinch a strike for the next over. At the end of 30 overs, 139 for 3. So Rambaran and James putting on an even 50 here for the 4th wicket. Good partnership between these two. A recovery of some sorts. And looking to take the T&T under-23s across the line. Aryan Bacha is going to continue. (23 to James, 28 to Rambaran). Huge appeal. And not out. It is. Oh, in fact, Rambaran is out. It's all happened in a flash here. It seemed to be an appeal for a leg before. The stumps are broken. So that tells me that Rambaran has to go bowled by Aryan Bacha. And here's how it happened. Oh, Yorker length delivery. and sneaking under the bat of Rambaran. And the Americans, they have their fourth wicket, 139 for 4. Rambaran gone for 26. So the USA have finally struck, again breaking that partnership. Aryan Batra with a good breakthrough, 139 for 4. Avinash Mahabir Singh is the new batter. Still 70 needed from 83 deliveries. And things just getting a bit interesting here with the fall of that wicket. Mahabir Singh, the off spinner, he's in now. There's still Justin Manik, Samir Ali. So the USA looking to make it interesting here right at the end. 7 minutes to 5 here in Balmain Couva. And we still have all of 13.5 overs to go. 83 legal deliveries, 70 needed for the T&T U23s. And it's going to be the right-handed Mahabir Singh to take strike. Batra from over the wicket. And still 4 fielders outside the circle. Deepak Shakava, third man. Driving nicely through the offside. Gonna get off the mark here, Mahabir Singh. So 2 right-handers in now. So the field remains the same. Deepak Shakava, third man, fine leg. And a deep mid-wicket. Inside the circle, short, third man. Extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on. And a mid-wicket inside the circle. Orlando James, his knock here is very crucial if T&T are to go on to win this game. He becomes vitally important here in this situation. Man out of women Tobago, he's 23 from 51. Curbing his natural instincts here, Orlando James likes to get after the bowling. It's a totally different situation here. This one he's clipping away nicely. It's beat mid-wicket. And giving chase is the mid-on fielder. And they're going to come back for 2 runs. That looked to be Srivastava at mid-on, giving chase. Can't prevent it too. So a lot has happened since Vidya has come back. We've seen the loss of... Was that Andrew Rambaran? He went bowled by Batra. He edged and away from the keeper and dunked the third man for 4. A tricky looking boundary there from the bat of Orlando James, but he's going to take the result nonetheless.
Yeah, this was wide off the off stump, and yeah, that would have carried straight to second slip, but just got enough of it to guide it down to that third man boundary for 4. And certainly the dismissal of Andrew Rambaran has changed the complexion of this game. Rambaran setting himself up to be the foundation with James, the more attacking batsman. Well, let's see how that's going to work out now with Mahabir Singh at the other end. He will have to take up that mantle of being the rock of the innings.
Yeah, exactly so. Required run rate just coming down under 5, 4.8 it is to the over. Gonna have to keep an eye on that. But a successful over for Aryan Batra comes to an end. 31 done, 144 for 4.
65 runs needed in 79 balls for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team. USA on taking that wicket, there was a huge roar of "come on" from all of the players downstairs in the shed. Boy, they are switched on downstairs. The remaining 4 players, or correction, 7 players in the shed, plus the technical staff. They are very much up for this here, the USA team. There's another consideration outside of these 65 runs of 78 balls. There is also a doubt that we'll get those 78 balls, so this one may end up with Duckworth-Lewis. Now, the tables, of course, have been handed out as they are to both teams, so teams should have an idea where they need to be after each over. So that's also a consideration. If Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s looking for the victory, they will know exactly where they need to be in order to win the game.
Yeah, I'm sure messages are going to be coming out from the dugout. Another huge appeal, and the finger goes up. Mahabir Singh goes. Srivastava striking here, picking up another one for the USA. They've gone bang bang, and all of a sudden the T&T under 23 slipped to 1-4-4 for 5. Mahabir Singh gone for 1.
Yeah, that's a big blow there struck by the USA team. And we did say that a couple of wickets could prove to be decisive for the USA. They got the wicket of Rambaran, which was a huge fillip for this USA team. And now they've gotten through Mahabir Singh, who can be very stubborn out there. He's gone for 1, playing down the wrong line. And Srivastava, we talked about him and how steady he is, just getting a little bit of turn, beating the bat, sliding into the pad, and that's the end of Mahabir Singh. What's the USA now?
Well, it's down to the lower order, or the all-rounders now, from the T&T under 23s. New batter Amrit Das. So Orlando James, he comes very, very important here. His wicket in the context of the game. Amrit Das, he's a steady low-order player, but still 65 needed. Vidya, that's a long way away from here.
Yeah, that's a long way, and I'm sure the consideration of the Duckworth-Lewis pass score will come into play at some point, because while there is not going to be any interruption for rain, we can tell you that nothing's wrong with my knee or his, and plus there are no clouds around anywhere. I think it's definitely going to come down to Duckworth-Lewis, because I sincerely doubt we're going to get all of these 65 deliveries to be bowled out here.
Yeah.
77 deliveries, correction. 65 runs to be scored. Well, ooh, that one turned a long way. It is a wide all the same, but that would be fairly alarming for a new batsman to see. But that one turned a long way, and Srivastava has a little bit of a mischievous smile on his face. So, wow, I love this pitch.
Given a bit of air again. And the driving away is Das. Gonna get off here. Das. 146 for 6.
Well, you can see the body language of the USA players has improved a lot now. Not that they were feeling like they were down and out at any point, but it was nervous energy out there. Now you can see they're a lot more buoyant, sensing that they have a real opening to run through and win this game.
Moving with a pep in their step now. The US boys. Srivastava giving them something to cheer about. The young man is very short in stature, but he does pack a punch, Utkarsh Srivastava, whether it be with bat in hand or ball in hand.
Yes, it will be certainly a very good end to the tournament for the USA team if they can get the win here.
Coming off the wait on the signal from the umpire, but it was an attempted sweep shot from James, and seems to be no signal from the umpire, so it may have brushed the gloves or the under edge of the bat as it ballooned behind the wicketkeeper's head.
Well, the only 2 completed games in the tournament have involved the West Indies under-19 team.
A bad delivery, and Das could not beat the one fielder on the leg side. That man at short fine leg goes straight to him.
Either side of him, and that would have gone away for 4. Just hit the fielder directly.
tricky again. Good fielding from the captain, Ramesh, getting it out from his hands quickly. And there he goes with that knee again. Tell you what, that knee has been taking a beating throughout this series.
Tell you, he should have at least 2 seats going back in the plane. Not sure if that's on the budget, but I think he'll definitely ask for another seat. You can pay for extra leg room, though, so he possibly would be asking for that. A lot here, and in this tournament, look at that. He's still looking at that right knee. It was the left knee that was hurting him earlier. Now the right knee is giving some problems again. And it just tells you how much he's put out. He's put his body on the line for his team. He's been diving around. He's been sliding in while batting to try to get back into his crease. He's done everything he possibly and humanly could have done here to help his team get a win.
Yeah, leading by example is Captain Rishi Ramesh, but he's been helped out by Srivastav and others in the field, and that's what I like. That's what I like to see, you know, not just the captain, but the senior players coming up to him and giving him some advices and what have you. It's all good. Meanwhile, Batra is going to continue.
Well, it's 5:03 at the moment, and 5:30 it gets pretty dark, so we could see a conclusion of this game within the next 20 or 25 minutes. So Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s have to be very careful about where they are in terms of the Duckworth-Lewis pass score.
Yeah, we are starting to lose light here, Vidya, and there goes James down the track, looking to swing it away on the onside, looking to come back for 2, and he's going to get home quite comfortably in the end. But he now is showing that maybe
he's
a
quite
message
aware
has
of
come
it.
out. Yeah, maybe a message has come out, and he needs to start getting a move on here for the under 23s.
Yeah, whether you lose by 1 or you lose by 10, it's still a loss. So he knows exactly where they need to be at this point, and just trying to make sure he gets there. Of course, with wickets lost, that's going to have a big impact on where the Duckworth-Lewis pass score is going to be.
.50 coming up for T&T, 150 for 5 and 32.3 overs. Required run rate has gone above 5.1 now. 59 needed from 69 deliveries. Orlando James 31 from 59. His wicket is the key one. The USA would want him. How badly they'd want to see the back of him. He needs to sort of
asking for a ball change here. This has come at a time when the light is fading. And Trinidad and Tobago perhaps slightly behind on the Duckworth-Lewis pass score. So the umpire is going to have a look at it. And he tells young Batra that everything's fine. You should go back and to the top of your mark. Seasoned professionals.
That's solid in defense, but James has to sort of shepherd the remaining batters to come. You know, he's got to probably take more of the strike. Him being a senior batter, I'm sure the bulk of this 59 runs, this 59 runs rather, would have to come from him. Not discrediting the remaining batters at the least. I'm not saying that. In the air, and gone. Oh, just off the ground. Just bump into the ground. From my view here, it looked as though it went into the hands, but just bumping on its way through to Batra.
Yeah, here it is. Yep, driving it. Yeah, it drove it straight into the ground, back live, and straight through to the keeper. End of the over. 150 up, and just 3 runs off that over. So welcome back. 33 overs gone. Trinidad and Tobago 150 for 5. They need 59 runs of 66 deliveries, but we can tell you that they're not going to get these 66 deliveries in because the light is fading very fast here in central Trinidad, and it's going to be Shrivastava to continue. The off spinner from over the wicket. And James has hit that straight, and it's gone for 4. Excellent shot by Orlando James. We talked about his prowess in attacking the deliveries in T10 cricket. A little display of that here in the Bago T10, one of the competitions in Tobago. We've seen him hit some big sixes, and some shades of that coming out in this run chase.
Yeah, good straight hit. Bisecting long on and long off. And bringing up a boundary here for Orlando James. Goes up to 35.
Yeah, you can see there's a bit of a change in the approach here from James. He's gone more aggressive and looking for the big shots. And he was really building up a foundation. Now that he's been there for 61 balls. Yeah, just playing slightly off balance there is one of the little technical faults in his game. He's gone for another big one here. This time it's gone through mid-wicket. He's going back for the second run. That's good work there from Orlando James, the young man out of Tobago, knowing fully well that he needs to be taking the strike here as much as possible as he tries to shepherd Trinidad and Tobago to a victory. Turn towards mid-wicket, and the batsman has to scurry back. Das got back in time. Over here from Shrivastava. So end of the over at the end of 34 overs. And so at the start of the 35th over, Trinidad and Tobago 158 for 5. They should be 144 at this point. That's hit just over the field there. That's run away for 4 runs. So Das getting into the act now, and he's gotten a boundary here. And Trinidad and Tobago, according to the Duckworth-Lewis pass score, they're significantly ahead of where they should be. And after 34.1 overs, T&T should be 145. They are 162. So the USA, if they are to win this one, they need to take a couple more wickets, and they need to slow down this runaway train at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Wickets the order of the day for the US. That's for certain. Gonna have to take wickets here at regular intervals.
Straight to the fielder this time. Yeah, need a lot of dot balls, and they need a couple wickets because, let's say for instance, we are inside the 35th over. Trinidad and Tobago need to be at 149 at the end of the 35th over. If they were to lose another wicket, it would be 154.
In the air and hit straight again. 4 more. It's going to be Das. getting in on the act here. Couple of boundaries in the over already in that direction, and he's gone up to 10.
Yeah, it was very full, and Das lifted that one nicely and picked up the boundary. If T&T were to lose 2 wickets in the over, for instance, they would need 161 at the end of the over. 3 wickets, they need 172. So the more wickets you lose, of course, gets worse for you.
Oh, just out of reach of a diving Batra in his follow-through. Uppish for a moment. And did not go to hand. The US here is still looking to make it interesting as we get down to the closing stages of this game. Light fading very quickly here at the National Cricket Centre. We're not going to get all of those 57 remaining deliveries. That is for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And, of course, the batsmen are quite aware that they are ahead of the Duckworth Lewis par score. USA have pulled another player into the circle. And 4 players outside. Long on, long off, deep cover and deep mid-wicket. And also, the longer and longer they go on with the seamers, with the fading light, of course, the umpires will have a very close look at this.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's not express pace. So I'm sure the umpires would use their discretion as we go along. End of the over. 166 for 5, 35 done.
Yeah, 166 for 5 at the end of 35, and Trinidad and Tobago should be at 149 at the moment, so they are significantly ahead. And if the game were to end right now, they would win the contest. So the USA have to do something very significant here if they are to win this one. And you could see the message, I think, the message has gone out there, apparently. The USA know the situation in the game. Players are almost congratulating each other. Is that what's happening here? Well, the gloves are coming off at the moment here for the batsman. And some of the USA players are heading off the field. I think it's because the substitutes have come on. For a moment there, I thought they'd wave the white flag, but that's not very American-like, is it?
It's not, I can tell you that. It's just a couple of substitutes there, just bringing on some messages. But in the meanwhile, Utkarsh Srivastava is going to continue. He's going to bowl his 4th over, 1 for 12. And he'd be hoping to pick up a wicket here.
Well, James knows that his team is well ahead here. So they just need to keep wickets in hand. They can block all the rest of the deliveries. I think we would have. This definitely won't be the last over. Maybe one more after this. Let's run away down to once the fine leg area. They're going to go back for the second run. James understands the assignment well. Das, for the moment, is playing all his shots. He's not holding back, is he?
Yeah, he's not holding back. Amrit Das. Looking to take his opportunity here. Didn't do much with the ball early on, so he's looking to seize the opportunity with bat in hand.
Well, that one's turned sharply back in, just taking the inner portion of the bat. Kept that out of his stumps. Couldn't be more than an over. The light fading very quickly here. He's playing a lot of shots at the moment, is Amrit Das. Took 1 wicket earlier. He's an exciting player, Amrit Das. Comes down the track. Oh, that's a misstumping. That could have been a wicket. That could have been crucial for the USA. And a misstumping happening there. Oh, that could have added about at least 5 runs. Or if anything, he may have gotten a touch onto that. That's why it went away from the keeper's gloves. Forward to it again, and he's taken the wicket. He's gotten through him, and Das has paid the price here, playing too many shots, and the wicket has been taken. So that is a very interesting mix here as the Trinidad and Tobago team lose the wicket. Oh, he's played it on. If anything, it may have come off his elbow and onto the wicket. It's definitely looked like that. And the last thing that T&T would have wanted, a freak wicket going down here.
Yeah, Utkarsh Srivastava reprieved the ball before, and he's gotten his man now. So, Das goes for 15. Trinidad and Tobago 170 for 6. Still 39 needed. Srivastava 2 for 16. 170 for 6.
Duckworth-Lewis pass score is 158, so T&T still 12 runs ahead, but a couple of wickets, just to give you an idea how it's going to change. If 2 wickets were to fall here, the USA would win this game by 3 runs. At this point, if the game were to stop here, and if 2 wickets were to go down, let's say the next 2 balls, the USA could win this game.
Whoa.
So that's why it's very important for the home team to keep wickets in hand, and that certainly will be the message sent out there.
Fine lines, isn't it? Fine margins this game. That we love. Justin Manik is out for T&T.
And not a bad shout to send out the only man in this under-23 team who has played first-class cricket.
Yeah.
Knows what it means to play at that level, and he's been sent out here to do the business for his team.
Yeah, he's pretty stubborn, Justin Manik. A couple of times I saw him with bat in hand. He's very hard to dislodge. Hope to do something similar here. Oh, he's beating him on the inside, Srivastava. So getting some spin from just outside the off stump brings to an end a successful over. 170 for 6 after 36.
170 for 6 after 36, after 36 overs. The Duckworth-Lewis pass score is 158, so that's pretty good. And there is going to be 1 over at least here. Welcome back. We're coming up to the end of this game. Trinidad and Tobago under 23s, about 12 runs ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis pass score, but a couple of wickets, and the USA could be back in with a chance to win here. 36 overs gone. We don't think that there will be more than a couple overs at least to bowl here, because the light is fading very quickly here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver.
Path Patel back into the attack. And how badly they won this wicket of Orlando James.
And that's one of the reasons why they're hurrying on. Path Patel almost running back to his the top of his mark. He knows the importance of a couple of wickets here. And this is where James's influence is going to be important here. James just needs to bat out the over. Even after the end of this over, the T&T will still be ahead.
The experience of Orlando James should come to the fore here. Doesn't need to play any attacking shots. He just needs to preserve his wicket. And that should be enough for T&T to go on and win this game via the Duckworth-Lewis method.
Well, that one jumped on him a little bit there from the bowling of Patel. He coped with it well, just kept it down in front of him. So possibly, potentially 4 balls away from the end of this match. Well, James has smoked that one down to long on. It was there for the shot, so he's not going to hold back. Just the 1 run to the total. How Patel's hoping he can get one to turn and dismiss Justin Manik here. Manik just taking his time, as you would expect, ensuring that this is going to be the last over he fields. Ooh, propped that one up. Didn't carry to the bowler, though. And that's an end to the over. Will there be another over? Let's see how the umpires heading out towards the southern end of the ground. And, yep, there will be definitely one. USA putting the hurry up in. The more deliveries they have to bowl at this T&T U23 team, the better their chances of pulling off what would be a stunning win.
Stunning indeed. Srivastava picking up a wicket previously.
Yeah.
171 for 6.
Freak dismissal coming off the arm of Das and going on to the stumps. Straight to the fielder. There's no run. Well, there's one run. They get it there. And once again, the knees of the USA captain feeling the hurt. That's Rishi Ramesh. He's going to run over, and he is going to go to slip at the moment here, hoping to see if they can prize out a wicket as the off spinner in operation. That was a good delivery here. The USA hoping that something's going to happen here. Couple of wickets. Driven back to the bowler off the bounce, and he does well to make the stop.
So we do feel that it's just about a couple of overs remain in this contest.
It's all up to the umpires now.
Yeah.
Oh, that one slipped through. And has he taken the wicket? Yes, he has. Another wicket here for Srivastava. And that one has crept through the defense here of Justin Manek. He's hit the middle stump. And that's another wicket. And that one has turned. It's hit the off stump and the middle stump. And that's 2 wickets down in the last 2 overs here for Srivastava. And this is getting very close now. Manek is left bemused here. And the Duckworth Lewis power score is going to come into play now. After 38 overs, what is it going to be? We'll find out. We'll tell you in a moment here. So this is getting very, very close at the moment. Remember, not many runs have been scored in the last few overs. So this could be pivotal here, this over. Nicholas Ali now coming in for Trinidad and Tobago. So the Duckworth Lewis pass score we're hearing at the moment should be 171. So that means Trinidad and Tobago just 1 run ahead at this time. USA pretty close to what will be a very special victory. Yeah. Nicholas Ali has to stand in their way.
Inching away here and making things very, very interesting. Srivastava, look at his figures. 3 for 17. He's prized out 3 wickets out of nowhere. This off spinner, he's really, really done well for his team. Vice captain of this team. And he's looking to have the final say here. Nicholas Ali in his sights. Another right-hander. He's getting it to spin sharply from outside the off stump. No, a slip in place.
Well, they were having some words with Nicholas Ali as if to tell him welcome to the crease, sir. And he's pulled that one away. He's going to get 1. Well, he's not feeling discomforted in any way, Nicholas Ali. As easy as you like, pulling that one away for 1. And the tension showing on all the faces here. Will there be another over? Yes, there will be. The light is still good enough in the opinion of the umpires. This is getting even closer.
Yeah, you can see Patel and company, they're hustling to get to their mark. Well, the presiding umpire, he's making his way across the square leg. And I think that's umpire Morgan. He's making his way to the presiding end. Patel has already taken his cap off. And he has the ball in his hand and he's going to bowl another over. So if things were to remain as it was, it would be a runner ball. 36 needed from 36. But at this time, it's not going to last all of 36 overs. All of 36 deliveries.
So Parth Patel, any of these deliveries could be the one that wins it for the US.
Well, get this. Parth Patel is a pretty tidy off spinner. Can make things happen, and he's bowling to the less accomplished Nicholas Ali. He's new to the crease. The more accomplished Orlando James, he's on the non-striker's end.
He's gone for a big hit. Will it carry? It's not going to carry to the fielder. So Ali's going to get one. Well, that's the second big shot he's played since he's come in. And he's gotten away with that one. So James, 41 of 72 deliveries. And he has looked the coolest man out there all the way through his innings.
Man, needs to take control here, Orlando James. Can't be far away from the end of play.
Does well to guide this one down to short third man. And James gets there. The umpire's having a close look at things. The light still looks good enough here at the moment. USA have wisely pulled off the seamers. That might have convinced the umpires to call play off. There another big hit. That's gone straight. He could be caught. Yes, he is. And James goes.
No, Ali.
Ali is out. Ali is the man who's hit it straight down. And what a turnaround here. The USA have taken 3 wickets late. And Ali has gone for a big shot. And that's straight down the throat of the long-off fielder. Ali goes for 2 runs. And Trinidad and Tobago have lost another wicket here late.
Well. If it wasn't interesting at the start, it's become even more interesting. Nicholas Ali, he's come out and he's played a shot a ball. And now he has to go 175 for 8. Samir Ali is the new batter. Orlando James is on the non-striker's end. And at this point in time, I think the US are ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis method. By 5 runs, I'm told.
And that's the effect of those 3 quick wickets, 2 for Srivastava and then 1 for Patel. And all of a sudden, the smiles have appeared on the faces of the USA team. And at the same end, Trinidad and Tobago are 8 down. Just 2 wickets remaining for the USA to pull off the victory, regardless of how much time there is remaining.
Yeah. It's significant now. Orlando James on the non-strikers, and he is looking at wickets falling. And Samir Ali, left-hander, very, very crucial. Parth Patel, he's gotten a wicket. His tail is up. And he wants some changes to the field. Tell you the deep fielders here now. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square.
The umpire had a look at his watch there a moment ago as if to confirm we're okay. Very, very crucial here now. That's played, and all around us here, the spectators are throwing their hands up, especially those supporting Trinidad and Tobago. They're playing off the back foot. That's very, very dangerous indeed. And Patel doing what he needs to do here, just bowling wicket to wicket at the moment. End of the over, 39 overs gone. And the equation is that Trinidad and Tobago need 34 runs of 31 balls. We're not going to get those 31 balls in. And the Duckworth-Lewis par score at the moment, at the end of 39 overs, is 181. So Trinidad and Tobago definitely behind at the moment by 6 runs. And who's back on? It's... once again, it is going to be Srivastava, who's taken 3 wickets so far and has taken a wicket in his last 2 overs.
Yeah, 3 for 18 from 5 overs. So again, 3 deep on the onside. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on. On the offside, long off, deep extra cover.
James has gone for a big hit. This is going to go all the way for 6 runs. Almost took out the team liaison officer in the same respect. And that's a big hit by James. And that has put Trinidad and Tobago perhaps 1 run back in front. Wow. At least on the Duckworth-Lewis par score. Well, this game is going this way and that.
Topsy-turvy if ever there was one.
Nice shot there by James, but boy, this one is not over by a long shot here. And they've saved the best for the last here, the T&T U23s and the USA. And James has read the situation very well.
Yeah, he's taking his chance early on in the over. No, I think he's just gonna be sound in defense.
Oh, well, he's hit that one straight. That's gone for 4. And James, 10 runs in the 2 deliveries so far in this over. And now this has turned around again. Trinidad and Tobago back in front.
Yeah, James bringing up a 50, a good straight hit, a meaty blow. And a 52 from 77 deliveries. Excellent knock in the situation. He's just ruffled the feathers here of Srivastava.
Well, the pass score is now going to be called into question again here. 185 for 8, Trinidad and Tobago. James thinking about the single but deciding against it. Remember, there's almost no room for error now for Trinidad and Tobago. 2 wickets away from defeat. The USA looking to find that extra gear to get this win on the tour. Oh, that's the end of the over. And James is left stranded at the other end. And it's going to be Ali to face off first ball of the new over. Well, right now, we're told that the Duckworth-Lewis pass score is absolutely, it's tied at the moment, 185 for 8. Wow. So there's the situation. In terms of the target required overall, T&T need 24 runs of 24 balls. However, as we were saying, we're not quite sure we will get all 24 of these deliveries in. Duckworth-Lewis may still not come into play at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's all happening here at the National Cricket Centre. Excitement galore. It is, I can tell you that. However, Samir Ali is about to take strike from Parth Patel. Orlando James on the non-strikers and 24 needed from 24 deliveries. Not sure if you're going to get all of that. Umpires have the final say here.
That's high up into the air. He could be caught. Yes, he is. And that's out. What an extraordinary shot by Ali. A big swing. And that's high up into the air. He's caught by the keeper. Well, that was certainly not on the cards. There was no reason for that shot. Oh, and that's the keeper actually didn't see where it went. And then suddenly saw it coming over his shoulder, took the catch, and that's the end of Ali. 1 wicket to go, and Adian Ratcha is coming in with his team just a wicket away from defeat here against the USA.
Well, Samir Ali looking to play the sweep shot, and not for the first time today we see a top edge from a similar shot. Chatipalliam with a safe pair of hands, the big gloves underneath it. Parth Patel 2 for 12 into his 8 over, 185 for 9. Here's how it happened.
Parth Patel round the wicket here, and look at this. Just an irresponsible shot here, you have to say, by Ali, taking the top edge and an easy catch for the keeper. Adian Ratcha in the season.
Well, Duckworth-Lewis again comes into question here, video. 9 wickets down, and I'm told we're behind. The T&T U23s, they're behind, according to the Duckworth-Lewis calculation.
They're behind by 6 runs, but more importantly, they just have 1 wicket to go. And it wouldn't matter at all if this wicket falls now. But a lot of irresponsible shots coming in the last couple of overs. T&T just losing their heads, swinging for the fences and going down. 24 of 23. The USA a wicket away from victory here. Parth Patel just making sure he has all his ducks in line. 5 players outside of the circle at the moment. Ratcha turns this one on the leg side, will get 1. More importantly, he brings James back on strike. James has 52 of 79.
Well, it's very interesting to see how James plays this now, because a big shot is needed to get back on level terms with the Duckworth-Lewis. And final wicket partnership in here now. So he's got to take his chance. He's got to be very, very calculated in how he's doing that. Doesn't want to give his wicket away.
Swept that away. There's a fielder coming across just in front of him. Just going to be one run. So Trinidad and Tobago still behind on the Duckworth-Lewis par score. And still 4 balls to go in the over. I don't think we're going to see much more than this. The light now starting to really fade dramatically here. As you would expect, the lights have not been put on.
A real collapse from the T&T U23 team video. Implosion of all sorts.
Ratchet turns this one away off his pads, gets one. Brings James back on strike. And Ratchet just doing what he needs to do here. Just picking up the singles and bringing the established batsman back on. James, 21 needed of 20 deliveries. That's the equation at the moment. 19 deliveries. Hits that long, wide of the fielder. Has that gone all the way? It has gone all the way for 6 runs. Well, you're talking about light fading. It's not affecting Orlando James at all. He's still clearing the fences here quite easily.
Yeah, he has to, down the track. Didn't get all of it, but wide enough off the long on fielder and away for 6. So it's all happening here. Very, very intriguing stuff and enthralling to say the least. Orlando James flying the flag here for the under-23s, hoping to take his team across the line.
James turning this one to leg now and sets off for the single. 15 runs needed of 19 deliveries. So a big discussion taking place between umpires and the USA team. The USA team are close to victory here. One of the players running off to get the instructions. Where is this game at? We're told that the Duckworth-Lewis par score, T&T just a couple of runs ahead now. That big 6 by Orlando James could possibly make a huge difference here. The USA players still wanting to find out what the situation of the match is. Oh, the batsmen are at one end. The gloves are coming off. Is that the end of it? That looks like the end of it. The umpires have called an end to it. And this looks like it's going to be a very close one here. T&T with that 6 by Orlando James may have just edged ahead. Orlando James 60, and that could be crucial. Now, this is what they actually do need. 14 of 18 deliveries. And that's now, however, the light has faded dramatically here. And play can no longer continue. So the USA walking off the field, and they're looking very, very disconsolate at the moment. They were so close to pulling off a victory. And it seems that that 6 by Orlando James has taken Trinidad and Tobago to victory here.
Yeah, just awaiting confirmation. So it looks as though that the T&T and the 23s have won via the Duckworth-Lewis system by 3 runs. But yeah, by 3 runs. So close yet so far for the US under 19 team, but they've given it a real run here.
Yeah, and a dramatic victory here for Trinidad and Tobago. That 6 of the penultimate ball has brought victory for Trinidad and Tobago, winning by 3 runs via the Duckworth-Lewis method. This could turn out to be a pivotal innings in the career of Orlando James, the young man out of Tobago, grabbing the headlines today with an innings of great maturity. He's a teenager still, and to bat in these enormous difficult conditions here and to pull off a victory and have the grit to hit a 6 in the last over and pull off the win, it really tells you about the character of this young man.
Yeah, mature, really mature innings from Orlando James. And it's 60, he ended up on 60 not out, and he took his team just across the line and getting a victory here via the Duckworth-Lewis for the Trinidad and Tobago under 23's team. They finished the tournament on a high. The US pair thought for them.
Yeah, a good fight back from the USA. Has been a really exciting game, and it's come to an end with the home team winning by the Duckworth-Lewis method. Nicholas Alley, who took 2 for 17, had an important impact on the game. Just at a time when the USA was starting to, he just was able to pull them back in a big way during this match, and that, according to the computer, is saying that he is the player, he should be the player of the match. My player of the match would, of course, be Orlando James with his 60 not out.
Yeah, what a knock that was from Orlando James, but I'm sure the T&T team did not be happy with the way and the manner in which the wickets fell through that middle period. At one stage, they looked to be coasting towards victory and then gifting a couple of wickets and allowing the US back into the game. And the US took that chance, and they almost made the T&T team pay.
Yeah, so that will bring us to the end of our broadcast today, and certainly it has brought us to the end of this series here, which was played entirely at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain-Couva. Warm-up matches, which were in for the West Indies under-19 team and the USA under-19 team, who are preparing for the World Cup in January 2024. And Trinidad and Tobago's under-23 players, several of them have played and were in with a chance to get in for that West Indies under-19 team. Of course, those 2 squads will be named in the coming weeks, and but we certainly do hope that you have enjoyed our presentation of these games. On behalf of Kadir Mohammed and the rest of our crew here, Mr. Ian Wason and Dylan Sharma, thanks so much for joining us for these matches. We leave you with the news that T&T have beaten the USA by 4 wickets in this final match. Bye for now.